A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the famous play and novels by Rose Franklin. Brought to you transcribed Monday through Friday by your friendly neighbor who bottled Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
Are we almost there, David?
Just about. Excited?
Of course, terribly. Fritz and Bertha thought the house sounded wonderful. Will Roger be there?
He's probably waiting for us now.
Oh.
We're a little off schedule.
Will anybody else be there?
Mr. Tucker, of course. Wait till you see him. He's a lollapalooza of an old codger. I think he must be at least 100.
100?
Well, maybe 90.
90's old enough. You don't have to exaggerate. Is he really 90?
Well, maybe 80 then.
Oh, I'll probably find he's 38 and looks like 20.
You'll find nothing of the sort. You'll find an old New Englander with one tooth in his head who's as gnarled as the brambliest bush on his place and as stubborn as the biggest oak. When you meet Mr. Tucker, you'll know how this country managed to get settled. He's quite a guy.
I don't see how a man like that could own a beautiful house with a brook and meadows and barns and things.
No, he owns it all right. Has for generations, all his.
Oh, I wish we were there. I wish we were there.
You're really pleased about this, aren't you?
Pleased, I'm busting.
Darling, are you really serious about wanting to move to Eastbrook, or are you just curious about seeing this house?
Well,
Oh, it's all right. I know. You're just curious. But once you see the place, you'll get just the way I am.
I hope so. It must be a beautiful house, darling, with tall trees and old stairways. How big is it?
Big as you want it to be, and every inch authentic.
This is almost as exciting as having a baby. Except a baby takes months and months, and a house takes just a few minutes. Which side will it be on?
This side. What do you think of the country around here?
Fine. Sort of wild, though. Nobody else seems to be living in the neighborhood.
Of course not. It's farmland.
Oh. David, look at the cow.
That's not a cow, it's a bull.
How can you tell?
Let's just try milking her.
Oh. What's the matter? We running out of gas?
You goop, we're here.
Is this it?
It is, and there's Roger. Hey, Roger!
Hello, David. About time you got here. How do you like the way it looks today?
Marvelous. And we weren't wrong, Roger. I wouldn't touch that entrance.
It's a crime to even paint it. Be right with you. Just want to look at these eaves here a minute.
Claudia, close your mouth, darling. You look like a guppy fish.
I do.
Well, what do you think of it? Is it the way you pictured it?
Well, not exactly.
No?
I thought it would set farther back from the road.
All old houses are close to the road, darling.
Is that good or bad?
Good. You'd have to be plowed out in a snowstorm if you weren't near the road.
David, it's awfully shrubby here, isn't it? There isn't any lawn at all.
Of course not. It's the best kind of farmland.
Oh. House looks littler than I thought.
Well, it's deceptive from this view. Well, do you want to go inside or look around outside?
I just want to stand here and look at it. Do you mind, David?
Mind? I should say not. The first time I saw it, it took my breath away, too. You stand here and look at it as long as you like.
Thank you.
I'll be inside with Roger. Say, you better let Bluff out of the car. That dog's so darn quiet, I keep forgetting him, except when he knocks me down. See you later, darling. Hey, Roger.
Come on, Bluff, out you get. Hello there, Bluff. Well, what do you think? It's like an old matchbox to me, with windows and a roof, doesn't it? I wouldn't live in a house like that if it were raining out. Would you?
Morning there, ma'am.
Oh, good morning.
Mar in the house, eh?
Well, not exactly.
I sure do hate to sell it. Matter of fact, I've been ruminating it in my mind not to sell it.
Oh, then you're Mr. Tucker.
Jared Tucker, ma'am, at the service.
I'm Mrs. Norton. Hello.
Your husband there sure took a shine to my old place. His eyes lit up real bright when he seen it. He knows a piece of property when he stumbles onto it, he does.
My husband is an architect.
This house was built, there wasn't no architects necessary. It just got itself built.
So I see.
I'd be living in it still if it wasn't for my sister, but no, Delilah's getting on. She ain't the chicken she used to be, no. And she sort of wants me around to take care of things for her.
I can understand that.
Yep, she turned 65 last Monday. Lame in one leg and little deaf in one ear. Hear perfectly himself. Been hearing perfect for 77 years now. 77. Don't aim to stop.
77? I thought you said Delilah was getting on.
What's that say?
I said...
Speak up, young woman. Stop whispering.
I said you looked wonderful for 77.
Oh, yes. Feeling wonderful. That kind of irks Delilah, so I got to watch out for her. But I sure do hate the idea of sharing a house with a woman after all these years. Women just don't understand us fellas, even though she be my sister. I kind of think if I'd kept this here place, I wouldn't mind it so much. It'd give me a roof of my own, you know. Some place to get away to when Delilah starts wearing thin.
Then, Mr. Tucker, you shouldn't sell it. I don't think you should sell it at all. A man should have a place of his own, especially when he's as full of energy as you are.
Well, I could use the money, and I don't see how I can keep up both farms. Things being as are these days, and Delilah, she keeps nagging me to sell, so I put up the sign, plumb out of the blue, comes your husband. Here we are, but I ain't sold it yet.
Thank goodness. I really think you ought to think it over carefully, Mr. Tucker. And don't let Delilah talk you into something.
Nope.
People do try to talk other people into things.
Yep.
I'm sure there are other houses around my husband would like.
Yep, I sold him one.
You did?
The Leach place, little ways down the road, 9 miles.
Did he like it?
It's a big white house up on the hill. About as old as mine here, but not the same type at all. A city folks' house.
With a long drive?
Yep.
And old trees?
Yep.
And a beautiful staircase and doors?
Yep.
And with a brook and a hill?
Yep.
That sounds more like it. That sounds like my kind of a house.
It's got all kinds of fancy plumbing into it. Waste of good money, waste.
I wonder if
My house got a spring and a well. You don't need nothing else. Just complicates things.
Tell me, Mr. Tucker, did my husband like the other house, the Leach place?
Well, yep, nope.
Now I think I understand everything.
Well, young woman, I think I'll shinny along and see what your husband has to say. Mind you now, I ain't said I'm going to sell.
Of course not.
Man's got a right to his home. Delilah or no Delilah. Women think they can make a man slow up just because they're starting to feel the cold in their bones, but no, sir.
Oh, Bluff, you beautiful dog. I'm such a goop. This isn't the house at all. David and Roger are playing a joke on me because they think I don't know anything about old houses, and they expect me to be disappointed. Well, it's simple. I'll rave about this old rickety shack, and when they take me to see the real house, I'll pretend not to like it. That'll fool them. They think they're so smart. Well, I'll outsmart them this time.
Claudia, better come inside out of the cold.
I'm coming, darling. I just couldn't take my eyes off our darling house.
Well, you see the inside. Smells a little stale, but that'll pass off. Now tell me, darling, do you really like it?
I just caught my breath.
Were you surprised?
Surprised! For a moment there, till I came to my senses, I was paralyzed.
Well, that's the way I like to hear you talk. You look so excited and pleased.
I am. I'm thrilled. I can't tell you what fun I'm having. Let's go in. Oh, the floor's squeaky. Oh, I love it. Such wonderful low ceilings, David.
It's built that way because it helps keep the rooms warm.
And look at those beautiful worn spots in the floor planks. They have such personality. And the fireplace. David, it's almost as nice as the one in our apartment.
It's nicer.
I prefer it just the way my forefather had it. It's good enough for them, it's good enough for me.
Well, I must say that you should...
Oh, David, that delightful old stairway. So much more charm than the big circular one down south.
Do you like it better?
It's not the same thing at all.
Well, houses like that have their place, too.
That gorgeous old latch. Must be original.
It is. It dates back from before the house was built.
A veritable museum piece.
Well, darling, I didn't know you had it in you.
Did you imagine I was an utter imbecile?
Do you know? I think he did.
Oh, Roger, hello.
Hello. Claudia, I'll confess that David warned me that you didn't know the first thing about old houses.
Well, what I mean is...
So that's what... Oh, that's all right, darling. It's just as well for you to learn that you don't know everything I know.
She really seems to like it, Roger.
I've never been so thrilled in my whole life. Hurry and show me upstairs.
Oh, there isn't much upstairs. Now, here, notice the floors. Isn't that
I
nice?
have. They almost broke my neck.
Well, they do need a little repairing, but they are perfectly beautiful.
And here, look over here now.
Hmm?
Now, that's some of the paneling up here. That's the original color.
We have a client who'd pay $1,000 for that strip just as it is.
I wouldn't sell it, not for all the money in the world.
Hey, watch out, watch out.
Oh! The ceiling fell down.
Oh, that's nothing. They always do in old houses.
But won't we have to pay somebody for it?
Oh, pay for it? Who should we pay? It belongs to us. At least it will.
It will?
Well, you're going to buy the place, aren't you?
Buy it? This place?
Darling, all I needed was for you to love it as much as I do.
But I thought there was another house.
There's no other house in the whole world for us now, is there?
But Mr. Tucker said
That old boy, he's a better salesman than he knows.
Then you're serious about it?
I certainly am. All I needed was the word from you. Just like you, darling. I wouldn't sell this house for all the money in the world.
What world?
I knew you'd love it once you saw it.
Me?
Hold on, you have to buy it first.
Oh, it's as good as bought.
David!
Claudia, what's the matter? You're as white as a ghost.
Shock.
Yes, shock.
I don't wonder. A lot of people don't like ceilings falling down on them.
Well, Claudia's not the sort of person who minds ceilings falling down. Darling, are you sick?
Well, I feel a
Take her down the car, David. She does look a little pale.
Don't worry, darling. Dr. Rowland said you'd feel like this sometime.
Dr. Rowland thinks I'm only going to have a new baby. He doesn't know I'm going to have an old house, too.
These programs star Catherine Bard as Claudia and Paul Crabtree as David. And the entire production is supervised and directed by William Brown Maloney. Does it ever occur to you to offer your household helper ice-cold Coke during the day's work? A frosty, inviting bottle of Coca-Cola establishes goodwill, whether it's offered to worker or guest, you know. And now that there's enough to go round, you can buy it by the case. With plenty of Coke in the refrigerator, you can extend hospitality as it should be dispensed, whenever the spirit moves you. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you, transcribed, with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again Monday at the same time. And now this is Joe King saying au revoir. And remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
Now, Amazon, the tablets thousands of physicians and dentists recommend for fast relief of pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia, and Bicidol mints that quickly rid stomach of gastric distress. Present Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks Transcribed. But first, may I make a suggestion that you will probably thank me for someday? It is simply this. The next time you suffer from headache, neuritis, or neuralgia pain, try Anacin. The reason we suggest this is because we feel sure you will be surprised at how incredibly fast Anacin gives you relief. Thousands of people who have tried Anacin say its action is truly astonishing. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thus, in taking Anacin, you are following sound principles. The next time you suffer pain from headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, don't wait for relief. Try Anacin. On this guarantee, if the first few Anacin tablets do not give you all the relief you want, as fast as you want it, return the unused portion and your money will be refunded. You can get Anacin at any drug counter in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. I'll spell the name for you. Anacin. Well, there are many reasons why our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, and her landlady, Mrs. Davis, get along so well. Having lived together for many years, they've developed a system of cooperation that begins the first thing in the morning.
Yes, we do everything on schedule. At 7 o'clock sharp, the alarm goes off in Mrs. Davis's room. She gets up, brushes her teeth, and promptly at 7:10 comes into my room and wakes me up. I hop out and brush my teeth, and then at 7:20, I walk into Mrs. Davis's room and wake her up once more. Then she combs her hair, slips on a house dress, and by 7:30, she's all ready to dash in and get me out of bed again. But by 7:40 or so, when we sit down to breakfast, we're both as chipper as two larks, eager, bright-eyed, and ready to face the new day. Take last Friday morning, for instance, when Mrs. Davis set my plate before me. Her first words were,
Connie. Oh, Connie, wake up and eat your eggs.
Huh? Oh, I'm wide awake, Mrs. Davis.
Good. Then get your chin out of your tomato juice and eat.
I'm pretty hungry now that I'm up. This juice is good. Feels nice and cool on my chin. Now I'll just do a job on these scrambled eggs. They seem a little different today. Oh, where did you get these eggs, Mrs. Davis?
Now, Connie, you're just not used to powdered eggs.
Powdered eggs?
The grocer assured me that we'd never be able to tell them from the genuine article.
He's right. They taste just like real powder. Well, I'll settle for toast and coffee. Pass the butter, please, Mrs. Davis.
Certainly, dear. But it's margarine.
Margarine?
Yes, it's quite a bit cheaper than butter.
Oh, I see.
Here, care for a part of the paper, dear?
No, I'll just eat a big lunch. Oh, you mean to read? Yes, thanks.
I know the breakfast isn't what it should be today, Connie, but frankly, it was my way of hinting that it's difficult to make ends meet.
I know, Mrs. Davis. I owe you 8 weeks back rent now.
It'll be 9 tomorrow. I don't like to dun you, dear, but I've got to raise $50 by next week or lose all my living room furniture.
But you own that furniture outright, Mrs. Davis. You made the last payment 2 months ago, don't you remember?
Certainly, dear. But then last month I had to have the roof repaired.
So?
So I borrowed on the living room furniture.
This is getting pretty involved, but since it's my fault that you don't have the money, I'll try to get it for you someplace. Maybe Mr. Conklin will advance it to me.
Well, that's very considerate, dear. Things could be worse, I suppose. Look at this story in the newspaper, the 3rd robbery in this vicinity in a week. Last night in the next block, a house was robbed by cat burglars.
Cat burglars? Who did they rob?
Mr. and Mrs. Katz.
My goodness, some people have all the luck.
Luck? Why couldn't they have broken into this house while we were out? I could have collected enough insurance to pay what I borrowed on the furniture and get some new stuff besides.
Well, that's no way for you to think, Mrs. Davis. After all, that must be Walter Denton to drive me to school.
Oh, dear. Do you suppose he's got a big appetite this morning?
That's like asking if John L. Lewis has eyebrows. Well, come on in, Walter.
I'll set a place for him.
Top of the morning, gracious ladies.
And the rest of the day to yourself, Barry Fitzgerald. We haven't much to offer today in the way of breakfast, Walter,
Well,
but...
what's wrong with the stuff on this platter? I'll just help myself to a plateful, if I may.
Certainly you may, dear. Here's a knife and fork.
Oh, this is delicious.
You like it?
Oh, sure I like it. Oh, this is one of my favorite dishes.
You know what it is?
Well, I ought to know what it is. I've been eating it since I was 4 years old.
You have?
Well, sure. No, I don't want to sound like a connoisseur or anything, but these are absolutely the best hominy grits I ever had.
Hominy grits?
Yes, doesn't Mrs. Davis prepare them wonderfully, Walter?
If you'll excuse me a moment, I'd better clean up the kitchen.
I thought you had. I'll see you later, Mrs. Davis.
Yeah, see you later, Mrs. Davis. Well, now that we're alone, Miss Brooks, I'd like to ask a favor of you. It's in connection with Harriet Conklin.
What about Harriet Conklin?
She's broken 3 dates with me this week, and she won't tell me why. Now, Miss Brooks, you're a woman. Warm, attractive, desirable.
Have some more hominy grits. Go on, Walter.
Well, being the kind of person you are, you can ascertain better than I how another such person would act toward a person like myself if a third person entered such a person's life.
From the adage, one man's meat is another man's person. Look, Walter, I've got to see Mr. Conklin this morning about getting an advance. So if Harriet's around his office, I'll try to find out whether or not there's a new romantic interest in her life.
Wonderful, Miss Brooks. How do you propose to accomplish this?
In a very devious, feminine, and mysterious fashion, Walter.
How?
I'll ask her.
Daddy, just because you and Mother are going to be away until tomorrow doesn't mean someone has to stay over with me. Well, I think it's ridiculous.
Silence, Harriet. After the years we've been married to one another, your mother and I ought to be better judges of what is ridiculous. What I mean is we have better judgment in these matters.
But just because of a few silly holdups in the other end of town... Honestly, I was too ashamed to even tell Walter Denton why I couldn't go out with him all this past week.
Ashamed? With gangs of hoodlums roaming the streets? I want your mother's mind to be at ease about you tonight. She's worried enough about that emergency call from your grandmother as it is.
Oh, there's nothing really wrong with Granny. She's just lonesome. And, Daddy, you must look at my side of this. Why, here I am, a 16-year-old girl, and you want to get me a babysitter. Why, if any of the kids at school find out about this, they'll laugh me right out of Madison.
Well, don't worry about that. I'll giggle you right back in. Now then, it's just a question of whom to persuade to stay over with you. I'd like someone dependable and reliable, someone who could think fast in an emergency. Who is it?
It's Miss Brooks, sir.
I may have to settle for less. One moment, Miss Brooks. Now then, Harriet, to avoid any unnecessary discussion, you will kindly leave through my inner office.
But, Daddy, won't...
March, Moppet! Come in, Miss Brooks.
Good morning, Mr. Conklin. I know you're busy, so I'll come right to the point. I have a favor to ask.
Now, isn't that a coincidence? I, too, have a favor to ask. Well, you know what I always say, one hand washes the other.
Yes, I know, but the last time you said it, my hand didn't even get into the basin. What I wanted to ask you, sir,
Later, Miss Brooks. Mine is by far the more pressing business at the moment. No doubt you heard of the recent robberies round town?
Yes, I have, Mr. Conklin. I don't like to sound redundant, but just last night, cat burglars robbed the Katzes.
Yes. Disgraceful. Nobody knows where they'll strike next. Now, it so happens that my wife and I have to be out of town tonight, and we want someone to remain in our home with Harriet.
Well, I'd like to help you out, sir, but Tonight is Friday.
Thank you for a most illuminating prognostication.
What I mean is I have a previous engagement, sir, with Mr. Boynton.
For the sake of your principal's peace of mind, Miss Brooks, a mere social engagement can easily be broken.
But, Mr. Conklin, he'd be very disappointed and... Oh, wait a minute, I've got an idea. Maybe Mr. Boynton could spend the evening with me over at your house.
At my house?
Well, I'm only suggesting it in case of an emergency, Mr. Conklin. I was thinking of Mr. Boynton's good right arm.
Since when have you become partial? No, Miss Brooks, I'm afraid you won't have any time for Mr. Boynton. It just happens I have a long report to the board, which I expect you to type out for me in triplicate.
A report?
Yes, and I'll need it as soon as I return. So you see, Miss Brooks, Mr. Boynton would just be in the way.
But, sir,
Miss Brooks, I can't tell you how much I appreciate your coming in here and volunteering for this assignment.
Think nothing of it, Mr. Conklin. I don't. What about my favor? Remember, one hand washes the other?
Oh, we must get around to your favor by all means. Please be sure to remind me of it next week. I said next week, Miss Brooks. Now, I'm quite busy, so that will be all. Miss!
Yes, sir. Here we go again, me and my unwashed hands. Well, of all the nerve. Forcing me to break a date because he has to leave town.
Oh, Miss Brooks, I've been waiting until you got out of Daddy's office to talk to you.
Well, if it isn't my little roommate. What's up, Harriet?
I knew Daddy would hook you into staying over at our house tonight, but you've got to promise me you won't breathe a word of it to a soul. Oh, golly, if anyone heard I needed a babysitter, why, I'd die of shame.
But what'll I tell Mr. Boynton when I break my date with him?
Well, just tell him it's a secret. Please, Miss Brooks, it's vital.
All right, Harriet, I won't say a word about it.
Will you take an oath on that?
In blood, Harriet. And I know whose blood I'd like to use.
Friends, if you suffer from acid indigestion, I hope you didn't miss reading this wonderful news. A headline that says, New mints, medically proven, quickly rid stomach of gastric distress. That headline is talking about new Bicidol mints. Doctors recommend Bicidol mints because the Bicidol medication acts at once to make painful acid harmless and give you fast, 5-way relief. 1. Speeds relief from gas. 2. Sweetens your breath. 3. Gives complete, longer-lasting relief than baking soda. 4. Relieves stomach upset from too much eating, drinking, smoking. 5. Lets you sleep when acid indigestion strikes at night. So don't suffer acid indigestion, heartburn, or gastric distress from excess acidity. Remember, new mints, medically proven, quickly rid stomach of gastric distress. And remember the name, Bicidol mints. Bisodol. Get Bicidol mints for fast relief.
Well, it was bad enough having to look forward to a night at Mr. Conklin's typing reports. But I faced my most unpleasant task at lunchtime. That's when I had to break my date with a man I hoped would someday make me the proud babysitter for my own babies. It was doubly difficult, since I'd promised Harriet I wouldn't mention the real reason. So when Mr. Boynton sat down at our usual table in the cafeteria, I decided to sneak up on the subject in a subtle manner. Mr. Boynton?
Yes, Miss Brooks?
I can't keep our appointment tonight.
You can't keep it. May I ask why not?
Of course you may ask.
Well, I'm asking.
Well, I'm not telling. You see, I promised the person I am going to be with that I'd keep it a secret.
Oh, so it's that way.
That way? What is that way?
Oh, come now, Miss Brooks. You know, and I know that you know exactly what way that way is.
Oh, you do? Well, what would you say if I were to tell you that you may think you know that I know exactly what way that way is, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I do know what way that way is that you're talking about? If any members of my English class are listening, please don't.
Dissembling will get you nowhere, Miss Brooks.
All right. Then I'll try assembling. I didn't want to break this date, Mr. Boynton. But I honestly didn't think it would matter so much to you.
No, it doesn't. Doesn't matter in the least. Not in the least.
Good.
If you found some other man you'd rather go out with, go right ahead.
Well, that's very... Some other man?
You probably met someone who's taller, more handsome, and with a better personality than I have. If so, good luck to you.
If so, who needs it? That is, you don't understand, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, don't try to spare my feelings. I don't blame you for preferring to drive around in a Cadillac instead of my old Heap.
A Cadillac?
After all, why should a girl waste her time on a poor school teacher when she can enjoy the comfort and luxuries a wealthy playboy has to offer?
Well, that clears up where the Cadillac came from. But, Mr. Boynton, as far as tonight's concerned...
I said it was all right, Miss Brooks. I couldn't expect you to pass up cocktails and dinner and dancing in some swanky restaurant to go out with me.
Well, I'm sorry you're disappointed about tonight, Mr. Boynton.
Well, you'd be disappointed, too, if you had to go to a boring ladies' bazaar because somebody broke a date with you.
Ladies' bazaar?
No, in a weak moment, I promised my landlady that I'd attend if anything unforeseen happened to my engagement this evening. Well, it just happened.
Well, cheer up, Mr. Boynton. The bazaar may not be so bad.
Not so bad. I'll have to work in one of those booths.
Doing what?
Selling kisses, that's what.
Yipe.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to get myself some milk and wash this all down.
Get two, will you? I might as well be loaded as the way I am.
I'll bring it back to the table.
Here's the dime for mine, Mr. Boynton.
Well, that's all right. I'll lay it out. All the times to get a stand-up.
Oh, Mr. Boynton, will you come over a moment?
Oh, Mr. Conklin. Well, this is quite a surprise. As a rule, you don't eat here in the cafeteria.
I thought I'd live dangerously today. Boynton, I noticed you talking with Miss Brooks, and I thought I ought to warn you. If you're entertaining any thoughts of coming over to my house tonight to see her, dismiss them.
To your house, sir?
Yes. Miss Brooks will be much too busy typing a report for me to engage in any social activities.
So that's where she's going to be tonight.
Didn't she mention it? With all these robberies lately, I asked her to remain overnight with Harriet, since Mrs. Conklin and I will be away.
Well, what do you know about that?
What do I know about what?
She told me she had a date to go out with a wealthy playboy in a big Cadillac. I've got a good mind to teach her a lesson. By Godfrey, I'll do it. I'm going to drink both glasses of milk.
Miss Brooks will return in a moment. Say, did I ever tell you about what happened to my late friend, Roadhog Harry? Roadhog Harry was one of the nicest guys I ever knew, off the highway. He was good to his mother, loved his wife and children, never showed up late to work, never watched the clock. Roadhog Harry was a steady performer in every respect, until he got in behind the wheel of his car. Harry's inhibitions left him in a hurry when he began to drive, or maybe he left them. Roadhog Harry actually believed that every time someone new bought an automobile, it was just to spite him. He drove like that road was his. The peculiar part of it was, for a long, long time, he got away with it. Somehow the police didn't catch up with him. And somehow, even when he crowded the opposing traffic over by crossing the center line, he got away with that. Lived a charmed life, you might say, until C-Day. Crash Day, that is. Some fool driver came along who didn't know Roadhog Harry owned the road, and, well, it happened fast anyway. Poor old Roadhog Harry. CBS Radio suggests, don't drive like Roadhog Harry. Drive to survive those hot summer weekends.
Well, by that evening, the babysitter brigade had multiplied. I was babysitting for Harriet Conklin, and Mrs. Davis was babysitting for me.
Oh, listen to that wind howling. I'm glad you came over after all, Miss Brooks. It's a great night for a robbery, all right.
Now, Harriet, we said we weren't going to mention the word robbery again. Just close that window near the piano and you won't hear the wind.
All right.
It was nice of you to invite me over, too, Harriet. I get awfully jittery sitting home alone with my cat Minerva on such a dark, gloomy night.
I get jittery sitting with Minerva on a sunny day. He just gives me the creeps sometimes. Maybe the cat burglars will swipe their namesake.
Now, Connie, that's no way to talk about Minerva. You know how fond she is of you.
Yes, I know. She won't manicure her nails with anybody else's nylons.
I read where one of the robbers' latest victims suffered a concussion. And the pictures showed 3 huge bumps on his head where he'd evidently been blackjacked.
Don't be an alarmist, Harriet. For all you know, he was just a tall man who forgot to duck when he went into a pawn shop. Now, let's change the subject.
Yes, let's discuss something else entirely.
Anybody read any good books lately?
I just read a corker the other night.
What was the name of it?
She knifed her mate. Or, the way to a man's heart is through his chest.
Well, maybe we ought to discuss the robberies again. But if conversation won't help, maybe some good music will. Harriet, suppose you put a few cheerful records on the phonograph.
Oh, good idea, Miss Brooks. Oh, gee, I just remembered. I lent most of my collection to Nellie Miners. All I've got left are those on top of the machine.
Well, they're better than nothing. Let's see some of the titles. Oh, here's a dandy one to perk us up.
What's it called, Connie?
Slaughter on 10th Avenue. Maybe the one on the back's more lighthearted. Oh, sure. Murder, he says. Guess we'd better turn on the radio, Harriet.
I'll do it.
Trying to determine whether or not broadcasting race results is in the public interest. And now for the local news. Those burglars who have terrorized the residential sections of our city 3 times during the past week have stepped up their pace tonight. Already 2 more homes have been robbed.
2 more tonight.
One of the victims, Mr. George Stewart, a high school principal, was found unconscious in his living room.
How could they tell?
The police have requested that we broadcast this warning. Keep your home brightly illuminated until bedtime. I repeat, keep some illumination in your home throughout the night. If the phone rings and there's no one on the other end when you answer it, it may be one of the gang calling to see if your home is empty. Women especially should exercise extreme caution. If you are...
Miss Brooks, why did you turn off the radio?
Because you 2 are nervous enough without it.
But 2 more robberies tonight. One of them a principal's house. And did you hear what he said about the phone calls?
Well, we haven't had any phone calls, and there's no reason to assume that we will. Even if the telephone should ring, there's no point in getting panicky about it. We'll just cross that bridge when we come to it. Take everything in stride, so to speak.
The cat burglar.
Don't answer that phone, Miss Brooks.
But if we don't answer it, Harriet, they'll think there's nobody home.
Let them think what they like. The announcer said that women especially must exercise extreme caution, Connie.
Oh, I'm scared, Miss Brooks. I don't know what to do.
Nonsense. There's absolutely no reason to get so frightened. After all, it's a... That's funny. Stopped ringing. Oh, well. Now, let's all calm down and stop being so fearful. One thing we can do is put some more lights on in this room.
But they're all on now, Miss Brooks.
No, not quite, Harriet. There's a bulb missing in that lamp by the sofa.
Well, we've got a bulb for it right here on the bookcase, but Daddy says that's a faulty socket.
Well, this is no time to worry about Daddy's faulty socket. I'll just take this bulb, screw it in here like this, and... Ow!
The lights. The lights. What happened to the lights?
They're out all over the house. Oh, you must have caused a short circuit.
Where's the fuse box, Harriet?
Back in the garage. Are you going out there?
I certainly am. About 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
But we can't leave the house in darkness like this. Well, the burglars may be here any minute.
But I don't know anything about fuse boxes, Harriet. Maybe Mrs. Davis would know how to... By the way, where is Mrs. Davis?
Right over here, dear, under the piano.
What are we going to do, Miss Brooks?
Don't worry, Harriet. I know exactly what to do.
What?
Mrs. Davis, move over.
I'm sorry if my phone call disturbed you, Walter, but I've got to know if you've been out with Harriet tonight.
No, Mr. Boynton, I haven't been out with her in a week. But aren't you with Miss Brooks tonight?
No. She's supposed to type some report at Mr. Conklin's house tonight and stay over with Harriet. Mr. Conklin wanted somebody there because he and his wife are out of town, and...
Well, if the Conklins are out of town and Miss Brooks is with Harriet, what are we waiting for?
Please, Walter, listen. I heard a report on the radio that alarmed me, so I telephoned the Conklin's house to see if everything was all right, but there was no answer.
No answer? Well, maybe they all stayed over at Mrs. Davis's tonight.
No, I tried that number, and it doesn't answer either. Frankly, Walter, I'm worried.
Well, now that you mention it, so am I.
Well, just sit tight for now. I'm going over to the Conklins.
But how will you get in?
Well, I'll get in some way and find out just what's happening, one way or another.
Well, dark house or no dark house, now that we're ready, we'll give those burglars a warm reception. Are you all set, Mrs. Davis?
All set, Harriet. I can swing this waffle iron like a tennis racket.
If you hit anybody with that, it should be loads of fun for the interns. They can play tic-tac-toe on his head. This skillet I've got is no slouch as a weapon either.
And I've got the double boiler. It ought to be... Quiet. I think I saw something move outside this window.
Battle stations, everyone. He's coming in. He is in. Okay, girls, pots away. When you hear the tone, the time will be 9:31. Let him have it again.
Oh. Wait. It's me, Mr. Boynton.
Mr. Boynton? I know teachers aren't paid very well, but this is a fine way to pick up a couple of bucks.
You don't understand, Miss Brooks. I phoned her, but there wasn't any answer. So I came over to see if you were all right.
Now, wasn't that sweet?
I hope we didn't batter you too badly, Mr. Boynton.
Well, I'll probably have a few bumps, but I don't think it's...
Just a minute. I think there's someone else at the window.
Yes, it's a big shadow this time.
This must be the real burglar.
Now, don't be alarmed, ladies. Thanks to heaven I'm here to protect you.
Okay, girls, pots away! I got him! Hold his arm, someone!
Miss Brooks, will you kindly remove those pointed knees from my chest?
Mr. Conklin!
This is outrageous! Had a man return to his own home after his car breaks down without being assaulted by one of his teachers?
I didn't know it was you, Mr. Conklin.
Of course, we didn't, Osgood.
We couldn't see who it was, Daddy.
So there are four of you in on it. Miss Brooks, what have you to say?
How about a rubber bridge?
Miss Brooks, starring Gordon Transcribed, is produced and directed by Larry Burns, written by Alfred Olsberg and Al Lewis, with the music of Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Conklin was played by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Bob Rockwell, Gloria McMillan, and Joel Samuels. Be sure to be with us next week for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks.
When Alexander Graham Bell perfected his invention, he says, I'll admit it's swell, but I think I ought to mention, you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
Transcribed from Hollywood, Norge, a division of Borg Warner, manufacturers of America's most modern gas and electric ranges, automatic and wringer washers, water heaters, and home freezers, originators and world's largest manufacturers of self-defrosting refrigerators, Norge presents The Red Skelton Show. With Red Skelton, David Rose, and his orchestra, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGeehan, and the Smith Twins will be me, Rod O'Connor. Now the star of our program, MGM's clown, Red Skelton.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are you, Rod? Hey, Rod, we got the Air Force here tonight. How would you guys like to all... Huh? What do you got? Huh? Engineers? Oh, you got 2 engineers. Good, you stay after the show. You can help me across the street. We have the engineers. How about a nice round of applause, fellas? Let the folks know. Well, how are you, Rod?
Oh, I'm fine, Red, but you look hot and bothered.
Yeah, I woke up this morning, I found my house was full of smoke.
Well, what did you do?
Well, let's turn a page and find out. Well, anyhow, I saw the house was full of smoke, and I didn't lose my head. First, I threw the furs and the valuables from the upstairs window. Then I ran to every room looking for the children.
Hey, did you find them?
Yeah, they were in the kitchen helping my wife, Georgia, scrape the toast.
Well, does Georgia cook for you?
Oh, yeah. My wife worships me. She puts burnt offerings in front of me 3 times a day. Well, I ask myself at times to keep him getting lonesome.
It's good you know what to do in case of a real fire.
Oh, yeah. Did you know that I was once a rookie fireman?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, my mother wanted me to be a fireman so I could rescue girls in flimsy nightgowns.
Yeah?
I look silly in flimsy nightgowns. No, did I ever tell you about my first big fire I went to?
No.
Did I ever tell you about my last big fire I went to?
No.
Same fire. Hey, you know, this is no kidding. I was a rookie fireman once. And did you know that in the training, they make you climb up a 200-foot ladder and jump into a net?
Really?
Yes, sir. You know that it's harder to climb down a ladder than it is up? No, I went right up there, and boy, right off I went.
Really?
I never did find out who pushed me.
Did you ever have any dramatic rescues, Red?
Oh, yes. I remember at a sorority house near the university when it burned down. I carried 2 beautiful girls out from the 2nd-story window. And that got me into a lot of trouble.
Why?
The fire wasn't until the next day. Oh, boy. I like to be a fireman, though. Chop down doors, break windows and everything. I had to quit the job of the fire department, and I finally got a good job selling newspapers.
Now, wait a second, Red. You mean you've had experience not only as a fireman, but as a newsboy also?
Well, this is we have to stretch the program out to a half hour somewhere. Hey, by the way, it's not newsboys. They like to be called, not newsboys, but newspaper boys.
Oh,
That's the correct way, see? Of course, the guys that sell them on our corner should be called a newspaper grandpa. This guy so old he remembers when Pike's Peak was a pimple. Mississippi was just a dewdrop. Oh, well. Anyhow, I realize how they feel about this newspaper business. Mm-hmm. I like to be referred to as a comedian, not a comic, you see.
Mm-hmm. Whoever called you a comic?
Nobody. As a matter of fact, they never called me a comedian either. Well, getting back to the newspaper boy stuff, you know, those fellows really have a tough job. It's dangerous, too. You never know when a dog's going to bite you.
Well, no, that's stretching it.
One day a lady said to me, she said, that dog won't bite you. He just barks at you. I said, I know. He just barked the seat out of my pants.
Don't you know that science has proven that if you're not afraid of a dog, he won't bite you?
I know science has proven that, but has science found a way to pass the word along to the dog?
You know, Red, you've got to give those newspaper boys credit. They really know how to sell paper.
You're not kidding, boy. The tricks those newspaper boys use. Like, when I was a kid, I used to stand on the corner and go, "Extra, read all about it. 28 people swindled. Read all about it." A guy'd buy the paper, and he says, "There's nothing in here about 28 people swindled." I said, "I know. Read all about it. 29 people swindled." That's good together. Don't go, fellas. Got to get better. Hurry, we'll wait. He's going out to phone the general. He'll be a little late tonight. Well, no kidding, though. Getting back to these newspaper headlines, do you ever see these kids that stand on the corner and they hold up the paper and the headline says, "President Truman declares war." You hurry and buy the paper, he takes his thumb away, and the rest of the headline says, "On high prices."
Here's Dave Rose and the orchestra now with their rendition of Gay Spirits. The next 60 seconds can make a real difference in your gas bills, and here's why. The new Nord self-starter gas range is a regular tightwad with gas. If you have a Nord self-starter, electricity lights the gas. There's no pilot light burning night and day. You just press a button, and oven or top burners light instantly and safely with a tiny electric coil. Now, that's on only when you need it. That's money saver number one. Money saver number two is Norge's exclusive spiralator burners that focus the flame under any size pan. The result is faster, cleaner cooking and lower gas bills. Money saver number three is the wonderful Norge balanced heat oven. The temperature you set is the temperature you get in every part of the oven. No hot spots, no cold spots, and no wasted gas. Norge heats just the oven, not your kitchen. I know there are other good ranges, but for the gas range that stops for thrifty convenience, see this new self-starter. You won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
Tonight we bring you a documentary on the problem of today. What has happened to our neighborhood theater?
Well, here I am again. Boy, this television sure has put the damper on my theater business. My business is so bad that last week my cashier dropped dead and we didn't find out about it until we went to change prices at 6 o'clock. When I opened this theater, we used to play the standing room only. Then I loosened up and bought some seats. I made a lot of money in those days. Monday was bingo, Tuesday was keno, Wednesday was dish night, and if you won the grand prize, you got to see the pictures. Then my business went bad. The only way I could make ends meet was to put in the popcorn and candy concession in the lobby. Then the pictures got so bad that the people got too sick to eat their popcorn. I thought I could save the theater if I just cut prices. I'd been better off if I just cut these jokes. I tried to cut prices, and finally there was no reason for them to come at all. People just wouldn't pay the price to get in. Once that television hit, I'll tell you, my theater business really fell off. I remember the time when Willie Lump Lump came in. It was on a Saturday night.
Hurry, Willie, or we won't get to the theater before prices change.
Oh, shut up, flannel mouth. Let me catch my breath, will you?
You're breathing.
And you're disappointed, too.
Now, look, Willie, why don't you admit it? You don't want to take me anywhere. You don't want me to have any fun. You hate me.
Oh, I wish you hadn't said that.
Why, Willie?
Because I was going to say it myself.
Oh, you're impossible. And now we've missed the main feature.
Yeah,
we should have taken the car.
We should have taken the car. We should have taken the car. Don't make me laugh. I got that from an English picture. And the Owl movie. Don't make me laugh. We should have taken the car. The finance company's already took it.
You make me so mad.
Yeah.
I don't know why I go through this routine every week just to see a picture. When for the night prices, we could go dancing.
Well, not me, boy. I'd rather sit and look at them women in the movies. The movie stars. That hideous Lamar, boy.
Oh, Billy. Don't you think I'm beautiful?
Are you trying to start an argument?
Willie? I don't take another step until you look at me and say I'm beautiful.
Let's not get sickening about this.
Willie, look at me and say I'm beautiful.
Okay. I'm beautiful. Now pick up them big flat feet of yours and let's get going. Here, I'll buy the tickets. Give me 2, please. 2. Now we'll sell pretty long tickets here, don't we? Where do you think we're going, to Chicago?
Here.
Pick up anything and read it.
Let me give the tickets to the doorman. I know how they irk you.
Yeah. Look at that stiff bird standing there. He looks like he's been wearing starched underwear.
Oh, I think he looks handsome.
Yeah.
You should try standing straight like he does.
Well, personally, I like to look a little crumpled up myself.
Who
Good evening. Is this gentleman with you, ma'am?
Yeah, I'm with her. I'm paying off an election bet. Come on, let's go inside.
Just a moment, Puny. I didn't tear your tickets.
Just a minute, Buster. I ain't a hankering for no trouble, you see. I got that from a Texas picture. I ain't a hankering to have any trouble with you, but my required time has expired. Got that off my insurance policy. And another thing, don't call me puny. Because I know what a puny is. It's a small horse, and don't call me puny.
I'm quite sorry, sir, but I do have to tear your tickets in half.
Well, that's better. You saw that same English picture, huh?
Here are your stubs.
What did you do, rip my arms off? Oh, the way they tear them tickets. Someday I'm going to have a rubber ticket made and watch them go nuts trying to...
Come on, Willie. Let's go see if we can find some seats. Are there a couple of seats in this aisle?
It's so dark I can't see. Wait, I'll light a match.
What do you see?
About 50 pair of eyes glaring at me.
Here, now put that match out. You can't smoke in here.
I'm not smoking. Now, let's see ad-lib something on that, because that wasn't the line, you see. We are looking for a seat, Rusher. Rusher?
Not so loud. I'll find you 2 seats.
My, it's dark.
Yeah. Here, let me hold your hands, dear.
I'm sorry, sir. You'll have to let go. I'm not allowed to hold hands while on duty. Now, where would you and your mother like to sit?
I'm not his mother.
That's right. Tell him, Granny.
Now, there are 2 seats in this row, and please be quiet.
Oh, careful. There's a step there.
No! Now he tells me. Well, help me out. My goodness, I might have broken my neck.
Yeah, about that. Oh, well. No use dreaming. My whole life is full of disappointments anyhow. Come on, get on your feet. Well, that 98-cent girdle she's wearing just went.
Oh, my pearls broken are all over the floor.
Oh, I'll pick them up. Don't worry. Kind of dark here. There's one. There's another one. Here's... No, that's somebody's gum.
Hey, what are you doing, mister?
I'm picking up this bead that my wife is wearing around her neck. I don't know what it is. Some kind of a necklace. She's got it and it broke, you see.
Choker?
I'd love to.
Are there 2 seats there?
Yeah.
Pardon us, will you?
Oh!
Well, what are you going around scaring people like that for?
We're from a court.
Sterno breath. You're disturbing the whole theater, and if you don't pipe down, I'm going to punch you right in the nose.
What's this again?
So if you don't quiet down, I'm going to punch you right in the nose.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, you just try it and see what happens.
Okay.
You! Now, you see what happened? It's bleeding.
The Smith twins are here to sing Enjoy Yourself.
yourself. It's later than you think. Enjoy yourself while you're still in the pink. The years go by as quickly as a wink. Enjoy yourself, it's later than you think.
Listen, mister, let me give you a few tips.
You work and work for years and years, you're always on the go. You never take a minute off, too busy making dough. Someday you'll say you'll have your fun when you're a millionaire. Imagine all the fun you'll have in your own rocking chair. Enjoy yourself, it's later than you think. Enjoy yourself while you're still in the pink. The years go by as quickly as a wink. Enjoy yourself, it's later than you think.
Move over, sister, and let me give you some good advice.
Okay, Susie. You're gonna take that ocean trip, no matter come what may. You got your reservations, but you just can't get away. Next year for sure you see the world, you really get around. But how far can you travel when 6 feet underground? Enjoy yourself, it's later than you think. Enjoy yourself while you're still in the pink. The years go by as quickly as a wink. Enjoy yourself, it's later than you think.
And now for our weekly homemaker hint from Jane Masters, co-director of the Norge Home Economics Department.
Do you know the secret of keeping custards and hollandaise sauce from curdling? Lots of good cooks don't. You must never let the water in the double boiler come to a boil. With some ranges, it's hard to keep water at the simmering point, but with a Norge, it's easy.
Yes, Norge's Click Simmer safety valves give you any degree of heat you want instantly, from a slow simmer to a fast boil. And those spiralator burners exclusive with Norge focus the flame like a spotlight. It never creeps up on the sides to waste gas or stain your pans. Foods cook more evenly, too, just as they do in the big Norge balanced heat ovens. And the smokeless Norge broiler. The heat you set is the heat you get. But why talk? Why not go to your Norge dealers and look? Look at the new Norge self-starter gas range, the one that lights by electricity. You won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
Another industry feeling the impact of television is boxing. The authority on this subject is Cauliflower McPug.
Hiya, Cauliflower. Shadow boxing?
Where you at? Keep talking, I'll find you. I'm shadow boxing, but I'm not getting anywhere. That shadow's got a better left than I got.
I wanted to ask you something, Cauliflower. Could you tell me...
What is it? Stay in your corner till the bell rings. Don't get too anxious, boy. You can get hurt that way. There's the bell. Let's go. Hey, did you see my fight in Fresno last week?
No.
Boy, what a fight, boy. I had him scared to death. They thought I was dead. I'm going to tell you about my fight, boy. Yeah. I really had this guy baffled. It said no hitting below the belt. There I was with my turtleneck cinch on. They got silver handles on the side. That's in case anything happened. I'm ready, you see. Well, this guy wasn't looking, so I brought one up from the floor. That's where I was at the time.
Cauliflower.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. I've changed my name from Cauliflower to Sweet Chariot.
Why? Why?
I'm always swinging low.
How many fights have you lost?
One, I understand. Let's get out of this, Avery. That phone ringing is driving them birds nuts, you know. I only lost one fight. Court, it was a split decision. The judge and the referee was against me. But I only lost one fight, which reminds me. You know, on the boxer's records it says won, and then it says lost, and then it says drawn. Well, on mine it says lost, drawn, and quarters. You step aside, there's something super cheap. Funny, every time I talk to you, that thing goes by.
Yes, it does.
And, well, anyhow, I only lost one fight my entire career. I misunderstood the referee. I knocked my opponent down, and stop it, will you? Stop it.
What is that stop it stuff?
That's Speedy.
Speedy?
Yeah, a little guy comes up and he hits me on the back of the head, but when I turn around, he's never there.
Oh, you were telling about the referee. What did he say?
Oh, yeah, the referee, I knocked my opponent down, and he says, run to a neutral corner, and the only one I could think of was Hollywood and Vine. They tell me, you've seen me fight. Am I a colorful fighter, huh?
Well, when that I saw you were knocked out in 5 seconds.
I know, but was I colorful? Hey, you want a bite to eat? The dinner bell's ringing.
Look, Cauliflower, there's no bell ringing. You know something? We're ready for the count.
Oh, I am?
Yes.
Oh, you think I'm going, huh?
Yes, I think you're gone.
Yeah, you think I slipped my trolley, huh?
Yes, I think you slipped.
You ought to see that rattler I room with. Oh, them rattlers down at that gymnasium. Them boys are really going, them poor, simple souls. You know, they work out all day long, and they get all hot and tired, and then they run and dive in the swimming pool for a nice, cool swim.
Well, what's wrong with that?
There's no swimming pool in that gym. I know, I did 6 swan dives before I found out. You know, some guy told me the other day.
What?
He said I sort of fight like Jack Dempsey did.
Jack Dempsey?
Yeah, the massive mauler.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Jack Dempsey, they said. The massive mauler. Mm-hmm. Who's Jack Dempsey? Hey, you know, one fight I had.
What?
A guy got knocked out so cold that they had to carry him out of the ring with ice tongs. See these 2 holes in the side of my head? That's where...
Hey, wait a minute, Cauliflower. Where are you going?
I'm going to get off that track. Here comes that super chief here. Hey, let's go down to the gym.
That isn't the gym. That's a barber shop.
So what? I might as well get trimmed one place as another.
This is Rod O'Connor saying, remember, in gas or electric ranges, washers, water heaters, refrigerators, and home freezers, everything Norge makes right. Make a point of visiting your Norge dealer to see the new Norge self-starter gas range, the range that doesn't waste gas on an ever-burning pilot light, that starts instantly, safely, by electricity. The range with the even browning balanced heat oven and exclusive spiralator burners that focus the flame for faster, cleaner cooking. Yes, see the new Norge self-starter gas range soon. And now until next week,
this is Red Skelton saying thanks for listening and reminding you that you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
join us again next week for the Red Skelton Show. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios. This is a copyrighted feature transcribed from Hollywood. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Costello. That's right, folks. C for comedy. A for Abbott. M for Maxwell. E for Ennis. L for Lou Costello. Yes, they spell Camel. Your taste will tell you about Camel's rich, full flavor. Your throat will welcome Camel's cool mildness. So draw up a chair for tonight's Camel Show, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Costello, come over here. Hey, Lou, I saw you talking to some city slickers downstairs. Now, I hope you didn't let them sell you the Brooklyn Bridge.
Them sold me the Brooklyn Bridge?
Yeah.
Not me, Abbott. They tried to sell me the Brooklyn Bridge for $10,000,
Yeah.
but I didn't buy it.
Good boy.
I bought the George Washington Bridge.
Costello, you're impossible. You're a disgrace to the Abbott family. Why, we Abbotts belong to the upper crust, you know.
You Abbotts are a bunch of crumbs.
I hear now.
Hey, the Costellos are a high-class family,
What do
Abbott.
you mean?
The Costellos are the only family in Patterson, New Jersey, whose garbage is gift wrapped.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Oh, is that so? And the Costellos are very wealthy, too. Their house has a 14-carat living room, a 14-carat dining room, and 5 14-carat bedrooms.
Solid gold?
Nope, solid carats.
Solid carats?
Yeah. In fact, Abbott, I was born with a silver knife in my mouth.
You mean a silver spoon?
No, knife. We had more money than table manners. In fact, my family had money ever since I was at the awkward age.
The awkward age?
The awkward age. Yep, the awkward age.
Oh,
that's when you feel clumsy and homely, your
imagine.
clothes don't fit you, and girls won't come near you. It started with me, Abbott, when I was about 9.
When was it over?
I don't know, but I hope soon.
You and your family, a bunch of nobodies. Now look at these pictures of the Abbotts. Now, there's a picture of my father. Well, poor Dad, he died just before I was born.
He must have known what was coming.
Hey, never mind that. Never mind. Now, here's a picture of my sister, Olive.
Yeah.
Everyone, she says she looks like Lana Turner, Betty Grable, and Rita Hayworth rolled into one.
Yep, and when you unroll her, she looks like Wallace Berry.
Yeah, oh, no, never mind about that, Costello. I'm proud of my family. They're industrious. And they all work like bees.
I'm glad you said that, Abbott.
What do you mean?
Because that brings me to my bedtime story for tonight.
What is
The story about the grasshopper and the little bee. I'm going to tell it now, and I don't need any help from you, Abbott. You keep your mouth shut and the whole story.
All right.
I tell the story all by myself.
Oh, all right.
Abbott,
Right.
you go over to Bloomingdale's and show them what a blooming idiot looks like.
All right, I'm going with the story. Go
Once
ahead.
upon a time, there was a happy little bee, and he was just about the nicest little bee.
He was a drone.
What?
Drone.
Yeah, drone. If you drone shut up, I'll have you drone out of the studio.
All right, go ahead.
Now, this little bee had a girlfriend, and his girlfriend would buzz around every morning and gather stuff from the flowers.
No.
And more stuff from the flowers.
Stop. The bee and his girlfriend would gather nectar.
Could I have that again?
Nectar.
Certainly nectar.
Yeah.
It was his girlfriend. It's his girlfriend, Abbott.
All
If he
right.
wanted a nectar, let him nectar. You or nobody else is going to stop bees from
All right,
nectar.
well, go ahead. Forget about it. Go on with
All
the
right,
story.
now these two bees were in love with each other. They got married, and one day they had a little baby bee. A little bumble from heaven. A little bumble from heaven.
All right, we heard.
I thought it was good for another one.
Cut that out and go on. Go on with the story.
Well, that was a honey, wasn't it? Yeah. I'm really getting sweet. Okay.
Right, well, don't
now,
get me on it.
one day the bee met a grasshopper, and they started talking. And the grasshopper had said like this.
Wait a minute.
He said,
Wait a minute. Costello, how can a grasshopper talk?
A grasshopper talks by rubbing his hind legs together.
Oh, now that's silly.
Can you do it?
Oh, now listen, please. You're messing up this whole story. The story of the grasshopper and the bee is very simple. The moral of the story is be industrious. Now, I told this story to my brother Herman 20 years ago, and he profited by it. Today, he is a very successful man.
Yeah? What is your brother Herman doing now?
Oh, he's at the J&M dry cleaning plant.
The J&M dry cleaning plant? What's he doing there?
Dying.
Dying?
Mm-hmm.
That's terrible, Abbott. I didn't even know he was sick.
He's not sick. He's dying.
He's dying and he ain't sick?
No, that's right. If he was sick, he couldn't be dying.
Why not?
Well, because it's against the rules of the cleaning plant. You see, if a man is sick, they won't let him in the place to die.
They want him to die out on the street?
No. They don't want him to die in the street. When he dies, he has to die on the 7th floor.
He's got to die on the 7th floor?
Certainly.
Is there an elevator in the joint?
No.
The nerve of the people making a poor guy walk up 7 floors instead of letting him go home to die.
No, wait. Because his wife won't let him die at home.
Oh, he can't even die in his own house.
No. If there's any dying to be done around the house, his wife does it.
Wait a minute. You mean the place gotta die too?
Certainly.
Look, Abbott, what are you trying to do? Bump up the whole family? I got a good mind to bring poor Herman over to my house to die.
Oh, he couldn't die at your house.
What's wrong with my house? My grandmother died there. If it's good enough for her, it's good enough for Herman.
Look, Costello, the reason he couldn't die at your house is because you have no dye.
You gotta have dye to die?
That's right.
This thing gets worse all the time. Look, tell me something, Abbott. Why does poor Herman have to die?
He dies for a living.
He dies for a living? Look, Abbott, make up your mind, will you? Is he living or dying?
Yes. He's been dying for years. He even teaches other people how to die.
Woo!
He teaches other people how to die.
He teaches people how to die?
Yes.
That's terrible. Hey, who taught him how to die in the first place?
I did.
Abbott, you're a devil!
Listen, you imbecile. When I say Herman is dying, I don't mean he's dying like a person dies when he dies. I mean he's dying for a living. And a person that dies for a living is living even though he's dying.
Oh, when you say your brother Herman is dying, you don't mean that he's dying like a person dies when he dies. You mean he's dying for a living, and a person that dies for a living is living though he is dying.
Now you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Time to light up a Camel and listen to Skinny Ennis' orchestra. Skinny sings,
I'll close my eyes to everyone but you. And when I do, I'll see you standing there. I'll lock my heart to any other caress. I'll never say yes to a new love affair. I'll close my eyes to everything that's gay. If you're not there to share each lovely day. And through the years, those moments when we're apart, I'll close my eyes and see you in my heart. And through the years, those moments when we're apart, I'll close my eyes and see you in my heart.
Hey, Abbott.
What?
Abbott, I've got great news. My family is coming over here tonight to visit me.
The whole family?
All but my Uncle Tom. He can't come. They put him in jail because his wife is as pretty as a picture.
No, they can't put a man in jail because his wife is as pretty as a picture.
They can if he tries to hang her on the wall. I'm sorry, madam, but you can't come in here.
I know my right. You can't keep me out of here. I want to see Lou Costello. I gotta see Lou Costello. I demand to see Lou Costello.
Wait a minute.
Nobody's gonna stop me.
Wait a minute.
I took a bus here.
Wait a minute.
I got on the bus and the driver told me that
Wait
I
a minute.
Lou Costello, and I don't think there's anybody.
Wait a minute! Would you mind shutting your mouth so I can see who you are? Hey, Abbott, it's my Aunt Alma.
Louie, my favorite nephew. My goodness, you look terrible. You've been working too hard. What you need is a few days' rest. You're coming home with me and work on the farm for a few days.
Work on the farm? What do I have to do?
You'll love it, Louis. You get up in the morning at 4 o'clock, milk 40 or 50 cows, clean out the chicken coops, gather the eggs, fetch 20 or 30 pails of water from the well, chop 4 or 5 cords of wood, pile it in the barn, feed the pigs and the goats, clean out the pig pens, and zingo! You're ready for breakfast.
Could I have an extra bowl of Wheaties?
Certainly. Now, right after breakfast, you hitch up the plow, turn over the back 40, then 5 or 6 miles of fence, dig a drainage ditch around the barn, pick and crate a couple hundred crates of apples, pitch 5 or 6 tons of hay, weed the onion patch, cultivate the potatoes, clean out the rabbit coops, whitewash the barn, grind the valves in the tractor, and zingo! You're ready for lunch.
All I do is eat. I'll just have a moment. I don't want to waste any time.
Good. Now, right after lunch, you roll out the butter churn. Churn 40 or 50 pounds of butter. Get out the cider press and squeeze out a few barrels of cider. Bale 30 or 40 tons of alfalfa. Round up the turkeys, the geese, and the guinea hens. Spray the apple orchard. Clean out the duck pond. Fill all the lanterns. Bed down the cows. Curry the horses. And zingo, you're ready for supper.
What are we having? Curried horse?
Now, right after supper, you hitch up the horse and buggy and go courting the farmer's daughter that lives down the road. She's a gorgeous redhead with beautiful white skin and a luscious figure. She climbs into the buggy beside you. You ride along in the moonlight. The horse knows the way. And suddenly the horse stops. This gorgeous girl slides over close to you on the buggy seat. She puts her arms around you, and you put your arms around her. She strokes your hair, and you put your head on her shoulder. And then, do you know what you do?
Bingo! I'm ready for lunch.
You sit over there, Ann. I'm going to rest your hands and face. Hey, look, Costello. Here comes Marilyn Maxwell. Oh, Marilyn Maxwell. Hello, Marilyn.
Hello, Louis, honey.
Gee, Marilyn, you look wonderful tonight. That's a beautiful sweater you're wearing.
Oh, do you like it? I made it myself. It's really a man's sweater.
A man's sweater? You could have fooled me. Don't go away, Marilyn. Costello's relatives are coming over from New Jersey. And I'm sure you'd like to meet them.
Well, I certainly would. Oh, Louis, someday you and I will be married. And I'll be the wife and you'll be the husband.
Marilyn, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Oh, Louis, you're so sweet. You have such a lovable personality. You're so cuddly and so cute. I hate to leave you.
No! There he is, Mike. Louis, my boy, how are you?
Hey, Ann, it's my Aunt May. Hello, Aunt May.
Louis, my boy, I brought your Uncle Mike and your little nephew, Broccoli, along to see you. Broccoli, kiss your Uncle Louis.
What for? I ain't do nothing.
Broccoli, where are your manners? Mike, speak to your son.
Hello, Broccoli.
Get up!
Go ahead, May. Tell him why we came over.
Louis, you just gotta put Broccoli on your program. He's one of those talented boys in Patterson. That boy has a head on his shoulders.
I've seen better heads on a stale glass of beer.
Oh, yeah? I've been listening to your program, Fatso.
What's wrong with it?
In plain words, it's steak.
Just a minute, Broccoli. What would you suggest for our program?
Pepper McGee and Molly. Now, you guys are all right for the round haircuts and the long underwear crowd, but the stuff you're doing went out with the high-button shoes, Mac.
Broccoli is right. You better listen to him, Louis. What your audience needs is young blood.
If you don't get Broccoli out of here, they're going to get some.
Please. Please, folks, we've got a program to do. Would you mind waiting outside till we're finished?
Quiet, dude. May show Louis the sketch what you have written for us to do with him tonight.
Now, wait a minute. We can't do that. My sponsor wouldn't like it.
All right, if your sponsor means more to you than we do, we'll go. We've got some poor relations.
Now, wait a minute, Aunt
You
May.
can kick us around. We don't care.
Aunt May, wait a
We mean
minute.
nothing to you.
Aunt May, wait a minute.
Take back the house you gave us for Christmas. What a house!
What's wrong with it?
It's only got 2 bathrooms, and there's 3 of us in the family.
Please don't cry anymore, Aunt May. I'll do anything you say.
Oh, good boy, Louis. I was only acting to prove to you that I'm a great actress. Didn't I sound like Lauren Baccarat?
Baccarat? You mean Lauren Bacall?
Sounded more like Lauren Gitis.
All right, Costello, we're wasting time. What are we going to do?
Okay, give me the sketch, Aunt May. Listen to this title, Abbott. A brand new love story entitled Beside the Shalimar, Under the Garden Gate, Waiting in the Cottage Small by a Waterfall in Greenpoint, where the sea is sunny and the dawn comes up like flying fish in a good old summertime. Good night, folks. We're a little late. I ain't gonna do it.
Louis, this is a love story. In this sketch, you make love to Marilyn Maxwell.
I'm not.
I said Marilyn Maxwell is the girl you make love to in my sketch.
Oh, well, you'll have to give me time to think it over. Okay. All right.
Let me see that thing, Louis. Costello, this looks good. Look, the scene opens with you and Marilyn in a canoe drifting down a beautiful stream. You're in the stern and she's in the bow.
Can't you make it a rowboat and get us both in the back seat?
No.
be a canoe.
Then rip out all the seats and make it every man for himself.
Quiet. Marilyn looks into your eyes and says, "Come to me, Lewis. Come to me, my love."
I drop the paddle and make for it.
No, you don't drop the paddle.
But I can buy a new paddle for $1.50.
No, not yet. You park the canoe under a clump of willow trees, because that's where you're going to kiss her. And you know that no one can see you.
Oh, am I a stinker?
No. Now, Marilyn leans forward. Her lips are parted. She says, "I'm yours from now on." And now, do you know what you do?
Zingo, I'm ready for lunch.
No, you're playing hard to get. You're a city slicker.
I'm the village idiot. That's what I am.
Please, Costello, you look at Marilyn, and slowly you begin inch away, way forward, inch by inch. Inch by inch.
Get me over there. I only rented the boat for an hour.
No. Now the moment has come. You're underneath a clump of trees. You take her in your arms. You look up suddenly. You see that a tree is beginning to fall. You don't want her to be frightened by the falling tree, so you whisper tenderly in her ears, "Timber!"
Isn't that a wonderful sketch, Louis, my boy? That's the kind of writing that belongs to the ages.
Yes, the age is between 5 and 7.
Take that sketch away from them, Mom. These two boobs were lasted up anyway.
Now,
neither one of them knows how to act.
Why, you... Wait a minute, Abbott. Don't. Let me talk to the boy. Broccoli.
Yeah?
Come here to your Uncle Louis. How would you like to be on the radio with me?
Now you're talking sense. What do I do?
Well, you can help me with my imitations.
Yeah?
The first one will be that of the Australian auk.
An Australian auk? How do we do it?
Just put your neck between my two hands. That's it. And no jury will ever convict me.
Camel presents lovely Marilyn Maxwell from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Lady in the Lake. For Camel fans everywhere, Marilyn sings, "He's Just My Kind."
Why he left me, I don't know. I loved him more than I could show. I've always had him on my mind. He's just my kind. Didn't even say goodbye. He never liked to see me cry. Afraid my tears might change his mind. He's just my kind. Mine was an ordinary man, not the type you'd notice passing by. When he came along, my life began, and I love him till the day I die. Take him back, well, I should say, I'd even meet him on the way. Though he's not worth it, I don't mind. He's just my kind. Along my life began, and I love him till the day I die. Take him back, well, I should say, I'd even meet him on the way. Though he's not worth it, I don't mind. Love that man till the day I die. He's just my kind.
Where does a cigarette register with you? Why, in your T-zone, of course. That's T for taste and T for throat, your proving ground for any cigarette. And when you try a Camel on your T-zone, your taste will register the pleasure of Camel's rich, full flavor of superbly blended choice tobaccos. Your throat will register the pleasure of Camel's own cool mildness. So why don't you try a Camel on your T-zone now? See if you don't exclaim like so many other happy smokers, Camels suit my T-zone to a T.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Well, Costello, I hope you're satisfied. You brought your relatives over, broke up our show, probably got us wrong with the sponsor, and allowed your nephew, Broccoli, to publicly insult me. Me, your best friend. Why? Why do you do things like that?
Oh, I'm a bad boy.
Well, Louis, here I am. I'm ready to meet your relatives.
Too late, Marilyn. I'll probably never see them again. They did a terrible thing. I'm afraid they got us in wrong with our sponsor.
Well, Louis, honey, what do your relatives do in New Jersey?
They're jiggers in a burlesque show.
Jiggers? You mean they do a dancing act?
No, they stand outside of the burlesque show, and when the police come, they holler, "Jiggers! The cops!" All kidding aside, Merlin, I love my family, and I love my neighbors, too. I love everybody. Friends, Romans and countrymen, lend me your ears, your eyes, your noses.
Lend them your ears, your eyes, and your noses. And that night from dice and book the night.
Lend me your teasers, your dams, and your dozers.
Lend me your teasers, your dams, and your dozers.
Stop shooting, fool. Lay down your cues. We have a message to bring to you.
Be a friend, be a pal. If your neighbor has a horse, help him hitch it. If he's ever locked up, help him yell.
Open the door, Richard!
To your folks. Your Annie is gray and her sunset. So let her pull with the football boys. She's getting too old to make passes. And if she when she rumpus,
oil her chassis.
Be a pal to your folks.
Oh, Louis, my little dipsy doodle, you're so generous. Thank you for that quart of perfume.
Oh, that's nothing, Merlin.
But a quart of perfume, Louis. Most fellas only buy their girls a dram.
But I'm the kind of guy that just don't give a dram. One day I met an old friend that I knew. So thin, his clothes didn't fit him. He said, "Louis, I ain't had a bite for weeks." And so I bit him.
Costello, you know, I never realized how generous you really are. How democratic and...
Congress may be listening.
And you're so good to your family.
Oh, that's nothing, Abbott. Nobody can be too good to their folks. I'll be a good boy to my family. They'll never squawk. Now, every time I buy them a pork chops, I won't remove the pork. I'm gonna buy my folks an auto, one that is new. And in a year, if they still like it, I'll buy the motor too. I may be just a little guy, but I'm gonna be a biggie. I'm gonna take my piggy bank and give it back to my little piggy. I will never fight. I will always be polite. I'll try to bring everybody joy. Yeah.
And you promise that he will always do what's right.
Even though they say that
I'm a bad boy.
That's it, folks. That's it.
Hello? Just a minute. Costello, it's the sponsor, and he wants to talk to you.
Here it comes, Abbott. Here it comes.
Go ahead.
Costello, this is your sponsor. I heard your family on the show tonight, and I want
Please,
you to
Mr.
know...
Sponsor, it isn't my fault.
But I want...
I'm sorry about the whole thing. I'm sorry it happened. Mr. Sponsor, I didn't know.
Now, just
Please
a minute.
don't fire us, Mr. Sponsor.
Now, just a minute. Just a minute.
Mr. Sponsor,
I promise you it will never happen again.
We want it to happen again. Those people are funnier than you are. You should take them to California with you. Goodbye.
No, not that. Hey,
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment for Camel Cigarettes.
During the war, the makers of Camel cigarettes sent a total of more than 150 million free Camels to our fighting men overseas. Now, free Camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Tuskegee, Alabama, U.S. Army Tilton General Hospital, Fort Dix, New Jersey, U.S. Naval Hospital, Bremerton, Washington, U.S. Marine Hospital, Portland, Maine, and Veterans Hospital, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
Camel broadcasts throughout the United States 3 times a week, a rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are still stationed, and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with the final word.
Well, Costello, next week we'll be back broadcasting from Hollywood. Do you think the folks will be glad to see us, Lou?
Abbott, the last time I went back, they welcomed me with a big celebration. They burned a streetcar in my honor.
They did?
Yes. Fortunately, I got out of it just in time.
Good night, folks.
Good night.
Good night,
everybody. Be right home next week, Mom. Pop,
Good night, baby.
Pipe appeal. That's what Prince Albert smoking tobacco gives a pipe. Save thousands of happy Prince Albert smokers. Yes, it's Prince Albert that has the rich, full-bodied flavor that smokers love. It's Prince Albert that combines that rich flavor with cool mildness. Prince Albert is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. So remember those initials, P.A. They stand for Prince Albert and for Pipe Appeal. Saturday night, be sure to hear Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry with its sensational singer of American folk songs, Red Foley. Tune in to NBC Saturday night for Grand Ole Opry with the Duke of Paducah, Minnie Pearl, and Red Foley.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show from Hollywood, brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, try Camels in your T-zone. See if they don't suit your taste, your throat, to a T.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
America's housing shortage hits returned veterans and their families harder than anyone else. And although a record-breaking building program is underway, the need is so tremendous it'll be some time before the shortage is eased. You can help the veteran by sharing your home if you have extra space, by giving veterans first chance at renting or buying, by listing vacancies with your local Veterans Housing Center, and by not discriminating against veterans with children. This is Bert Parks in New York, wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camels. Stay tuned now for the Eddie Cantor Show.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't mention this to a soul, but the secret word tonight is Sky. S-K-Y.
Really?
You bet your life! Elgin America, creator of America's most beautiful compacts, smartest cigarette cases, magic action lighters, finest dresser sets, presents Groucho Marx in the Elgin American show, You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here's that sterling Elgin American, the one, the only...
When did he get out? Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples tonight. George Fenneman, who's first to try and take it away from me?
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected the father of a bride and the mother of a groom. And here they are, Mrs. Fay Levine and Mr. Martin McHugh. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for Elgin American Complex, folks. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins a 16-millimeter Apollo Sound movie projector instantly. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mr. Martin McHugh, huh?
That's right.
You're the father of the bride, huh? How do you feel?
I have felt peppier.
Why don't you get some sleep?
I will when the wedding's over.
Aren't you married?
My daughter's getting married.
You mean your daughter's wedding, huh?
That's right.
You're the mother of the groom, eh, Mr.
Yes.
When is your son going to be married, huh?
February.
February, huh?
How long have you known Mr. McHugh?
I don't know Mr. McHugh.
Then I don't think you two should get married.
We're not.
Mrs. Levine, who just is getting married?
My son.
Your
and
son?
his daughter.
To each other?
No, not to each other.
Why not? Why aren't they?
They don't know each other.
They don't know each other. No. What better reason do you want for getting married? Let's get better acquainted. But how long have you been married, Mr. McHugh? Huh?
About 22 years.
Mm-hmm. Now, how'd you meet your wife?
Well, I met her in a boarding house in St. Louis. Saw her coming down the steps one morning as I was about to eat breakfast, and that finished me for the breakfast. I didn't eat any.
You were eating breakfast on the steps?
I started to. No, at the table. But I saw her coming down the steps.
What were you eating? Do you remember?
Well, I started to drink some coffee.
Mm-hmm. And that was grounds for marriage?
That right there, yes. I was hooked right there.
How did you meet your husband, Mrs. Levine? Huh?
Well, I came from London to Toronto, Canada.
Mm-hmm.
And my husband would be living at my sister's 6 weeks.
Uh-huh. And?
Well, it looked like something that I thought would be just right.
For your sister?
No, my sister.
Your sister didn't care for him?
Huh? Well, she was married.
Answer my question, Mrs. Levine.
Oh, she likes him.
Well, will your son and his wife live with you or with her folks?
Well, they're going to live on their own.
They're going to live on their own what, huh? They're going to live by themselves, huh? Why don't they live together? What sort of work does your husband do?
Well, he has the carlo cleaner.
A carlo cleaner?
Mm-hmm.
And what is your occupation, Mr. McHugh?
I sell surgical instruments and hospital supplies for the ASLO company.
Anything exciting ever happened on your job that you care to relate, Mr. McHugh?
Well, something happened just a couple of weeks ago that I thought was quite funny.
You did, huh?
A customer called up, a woman customer, and she immediately complained about receiving a piece of equipment that was damaged. And finally she said, well, I can't hear you, talk louder. And I did. I talked much louder. And finally she said she couldn't hear me again, and then there was a lull in the conversation. The next thing I heard, she said, I'm sorry, but I'll have to call you back. My battery went out.
Did she say who it went out with? Now, Mr. McHugh, as the father of the bride, tell me, are you the big wheel at the wedding?
Well, I think I am. I'm supposed to be.
In what way?
Well, I pay all the bills.
How much is the wedding going to set you back, approximately?
Oh, I'd say roughly in the neighborhood of $2,000.
That's a fairly rough neighborhood, isn't it? Aside from that little $2,000 item, Mr. McHugh, what are some of your other duties connected with the wedding?
Well, I've got to give the bride away. And
$2,000 giveaway, huh? I hope the FCC doesn't stop the music. Huh? Is that all you do at the wedding, just give away the bride?
No, I act as host and see that everybody's happy and gets enough to eat and drink.
Mm-hmm. Well, you look like a pretty genial host, Mr. McHugh. So all the guests are going to be very happy there.
Well, we hope so.
I hope so, too. And if your daughter is half as cute as you are, I think it's going to be... Has the swag started rolling in yet? The wedding stuff?
Well, a few things have.
Uh-huh. You know why everybody sends presents to the bride, don't you? The only chance they have of getting rid of some of the junk that they got on their wedding, huh?
Groucho.
Yeah, yes, George?
I'd like to make a suggestion to Mr. McHugh.
Well, you go right ahead, George. Yeah.
All right, it's
nobody makes finer suggestions than you do.
Mr. McHugh, it's customary for the bride to give nice remembrances to her bridesmaids, and compacts, pearls, and cigarette cases by Elgin American are certainly wonderful gifts at weddings everywhere.
Thank you, George. I now pronounce you Elgin American. And speaking of gifts, what are you going to give Mrs. Levine here?
Well, Elgin American's beautiful dresser set, finished in jeweler's bronze that looks like gold. A perfect gift.
How do you like it, Mrs. L?
I like it very well. It's just what I need.
How was the wedding, huh?
He's not married
He's not
yet.
married yet.
No.
The groom got cold feet?
No, I
Usually,
think...
as most husbands discover, it's the bride that has the cold feet, huh? I want to thank all you foot warmers out there. Now, Mr. McHugh, let's get back to you. As father of the bride, what are some of your expenses?
Well, I have to buy the trousseau for the bride and the food and all various other things.
Mm-hmm. You seem to be providing everything for the wedding.
Looks like
Doesn't the groom's family supply anything?
Nothing more than the groom.
Well, that's certainly little enough, huh? You think that's fair, Mrs. Levine?
Well, yes, because the groom has to pay all expenses afterwards.
Yeah, but after the wedding, the bride's father has all the bills to pay, while the groom's father has a room to rent. Huh? Now let's play You Bet Your Wife. Let's play You Bet Your Life. In just 1 minute, you're going to work together as a team for $1,500. But right now, I want you to listen carefully to some interesting conversation.
Mary, what can I give Eleanor Blake for Christmas? She has everything. She may have everything, but her bedroom hasn't. Of course. She needs a dresser set. You've given me a wonderful idea.
And dresser sets are the decorator touch every bedroom needs today. Elgin American dresser sets for the most beauty, most value. They're exquisitely styled, engraved, and finished. Precision made to the last nylon bristles. Extremely value priced. Comb, brush, and mirror from just $14.95. From $7.95 for Elgin American's companion line of American Beauty dresser sets. So bring your bedroom, your guest room, up to the minute. Buy Elgin American dresser sets tomorrow. And buy them for the important, impressive gifts they make. Just make sure they're first in fashion, first in value. Elgin American dresser sets.
Now then, let's see how well you two will do in the quiz. Fenneman, tell them how you play You Bet Your Life.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,500 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected questions on famous hotels?
That's right.
Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you go for?
How about 5? Should we bet 5?
5. In what city do you find the Terrace Plaza Hotel?
Los Angeles.
One answer between you. Take a guess. I'm sorry, the bell is tolled. It's Cincinnati.
They now have $15.
You now have $15. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much of the 15 are you going to try?
Try 10 this time.
In what city do you find the Palmer House Hotel?
Chicago.
Chicago is right. Now they're on their way. They have $25. Now you've got $25. Here's your third question. How much of the 25 will you try?
20.
20. In what city do you find the Sherry Netherlands Hotel?
New York.
New York is right. The little lady is right. They're climbing now. They have $45. Give the little lady $45. Here's your last chance. I tell you what I'm going to do. Here's your last chance to beat the other couple. How much of the 45 are you going to try?
45.
In what city do you find the Roney Plaza Hotel?
San Francisco?
No, I'm sorry. It's Miami Beach. Well, I'm really amazed. I thought when you came up here you'd walk off with a lot of money. I'm going to give you one more chance to get rich quick. Answer this question correctly, and I'll hand over $10 in cash. And remember, no help from the audience, please. Who is buried in Grant's tomb? Grant is right. Thanks and good luck from Elgin American Compacts. Don't go away now. You're still in the running for the big question. Fenneman, who's next in the docket?
A butcher and a housewife, Groucho. They don't know the secret word is sky. Our housewife is Mrs. Helen Hall, and our butcher is Mr. Jack Jeffries. And here they come. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins a 16-millimeter Apollo Sound movie projector instantly. It's a common word, something you see every day. A butcher and a housewife, eh? Mr. Jeffries, huh? Where do you do your butchering, Mr. Jeffries?
Ralph's Market.
And where are you from? Frankfurt?
Arkansas.
And where are you from, Mrs. Hall?
Do you mean originally?
Let's forget our ancestors swinging in the trees.
Just tell me where you were born, Helen. I'll call you Helen, huh?
Okay.
Okay.
I was born in Kalamazoo, Michigan.
And you, Jack Jeffries, you're not related to Jim Jeffries, huh?
Oh, distantly.
You are. Tell me, Soup Bone, how long have you been butchering meat?
About 5 years.
5 years. Now, there's always something I want to know about butchers. How can you tell the weight of meat? For example, the customer says, give me a pound of ground round, and you scoop up a slab, and it always comes out a pound. Why is that? Do you go by rule of thumb?
Well, after handling meat for so long a time, you begin to, it kind of comes second nature. You can pretty near pick up a pound and...
But you admit there's a small margin of error, huh?
Well, very small.
Mm-hmm. Just enough to buy a Cadillac at the end of the year? Now tell me, Lamb Chops, what is the busiest time of the year for you, huh?
Thanksgiving, Christmas.
Well, you're busy right about now, then.
Yes,
huh?
sir.
How much are turkeys this year?
52 cents undressed, 59 dressed.
What do you dress them in, mink? What size turkey do you consider the best?
Well, I think a bird, about 15-pound bird, is the best eating bird.
I'm not interested in how he eats. I mean, how does he taste? That's what I want to know. How long have you been married, Helen?
Well, I've been married 7 years.
Mm-hmm. Well, don't have to be belligerent about it. What does your husband do?
He's doing secret work for the Navy.
How'd you meet him, Helen?
Well, Groucho, I was going to a surprise party to gain a girl. So I went out and bought me the most beautiful black chiffon dress that you ever saw, quite long and full. And so,
you were quite long and full, huh?
No, the dress was.
Oh, you were short and empty, huh?
And then the day of the party, it looked almost like rain. And so
the party?
The day.
Oh, the day looked like rain.
I looked out into the sky, and it was quite...
You said sky, Helen, and that's the secret word. George, tell her what she wins.
A 16-millimeter Apollo sound movie projector.
Oh.
Now you can show regular Hollywood sound movies or movies you take yourself, and it sells for $129.50.
Now, what were we talking about when the sky fell on me?
Well, I was talking about the sky.
Oh, yes, that's right.
And then I started up the street, and I had to go about 4 blocks to a bus line. And then the rain came down. It just came down in all directions. And,
it'll do that, you know.
Sure, you don't know what happened to my nice new dress. My dress kept creeping up and up until you know what, chiffon when it gets wet.
Oh, yes, I had trouble with it all the time.
Well, it waxed up into a ball, and so it just kept creeping up, and it kept creeping up.
And where was the bus driver? Huh?
I had this great big mammoth umbrella.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was keeping it in front of me, and then pretty soon there was a car drove up, and some man stuck his head out of the door, and he says, well, lady, he said, would you like to have a ride?
Uh-huh. Well, when is the next installment of this, huh? I'll have to wait a week for that.
Well, could I tell the rest of it? I spread the umbrella the best I could over my lap when I got into the car, and so he drove me home. And while I was changing my clothes into something dry, why he and my mother had a cup of tea and a cup, and some cake.
Yeah.
And so they got acquainted, and so I don't know just somehow or rather we got married.
And that fellow's now your father?
No.
What about you?
Oh, Groucho, he's my husband now. We got married in about 6 months.
I see. Well, that turned out very well, I suppose. Well, you make a charming couple, and we have the perfect gift from our sponsor. George, would you mind doing the honors?
For Mrs. Hall, pearls. The finest simulated pearls at any price. Elgin American pearls.
They're beautiful, and thank you.
And for Mr. Jeffries, the perfect gift for any man. Elgin American's popular cigarette case with today's smart leather-like look.
Okay, now let's play You Bet Your Life for $1,500. You're on your $20 into more than the other couples, and you get a chance at the big question later. Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners how much the first couple won. Tell them, George.
The father of the bride and the mother of the groom lost all their money, so these people have a clear field.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected mountains west of the Mississippi. Is that right?
That's right.
Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
10.
10?
10? All right.
All right. In what state do you find Mount Whitney?
California.
California is right, huh?
Well, we're off to a good start. They have $30, Groucho.
How much of your $30 will you bet?
20.
20?
Okay.
In what state is Liberty Gap Mountain? Liberty Gap Mountain. Sounds like double tone. Liberty Gap Mountain.
You know?
Take
Tennessee.
a guess. Take a guess. No. I'm sorry.
That's
It's
right.
Washington.
That's right.
It's Washington. That's a tough one, though.
They now have $10.
You now have $10. Here's your third question. You have $10 left. Now, how much are you going to bet?
$1.
No, we're going to make it last. We got one more question.
Come on. Yes, you have another question there, please.
Five.
All right. In what state is Pikes Peak?
Colorado.
Yeah.
Colorado is correct.
And they're on their way again with $15.
All right, you're rolling along. You got $15. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 15 you're going to go for?
$1.
All right, all of it.
You're going to bet it all. And what state is Mount Palomar?
California.
California!
And they wind up with a grand total of $30.
Thanks and good luck from Elgin American Compacts. Now, in just 1 minute, our last couple will play You Bet Your Life, and then we know who gets the $1,500 question. But at the moment, I'd like you to listen to this.
Sterling silver, gleaming gold, jeweler's bronze are used, I'm told, in making compacts of such fame. They bear the Elgin American name.
They must be very expensive if they're made of such wonderful materials.
They look expensive, we'll admit. But looks are not the half of it. Precision crafted, value packed at any price, the best compact. Beautifully styled, superbly finished. Yet the price is so diminished.
Well, how much are Elgin American compacts?
As little as $3.95. And for the thriftiest man alive who wants a compact for his cutie, there's the companion line of American Beauty. $2.95 is all for these. So if you want your gift to please, say Elgin American when you buy. Now Groucho's waiting, so I must fly.
Now then, we'll soon know who's going to earn the most money and get the chance at the $1,500 question. George, who's leading so far?
Well, the butcher and the housewife are leading with $30. Our final couple is about to come in from their waiting room off stage. They don't know the secret word is sky. We invited some bail bondsmen and some process servers to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected bondsman Frank DeBolio and process server Robert Berge, and here they are. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for Elgin American Compacts. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins a 16-millimeter Apollo sound movie projector. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mister, you're a bail bondsman?
That's right, son.
Where are you from? Greenvale, Wisconsin?
No, New York City.
Are you married, or aren't you interested in the bonds of matrimony?
No, I'm married.
How'd you meet your wife, Mr. DeBaloo?
Well, I dropped
Did you
into
jump bail and land on your lap?
Not quite. I went into a drugstore one day, ordered a Coke, and reached in my pocket, and I didn't have a nickel. Fortunately, she happened to be sitting next to me, so I struck up an acquaintance, and borrowed a nickel, and, I married her.
Wouldn't have been cheaper to give her the nickel back, huh?
Frankly, I think she's still trying to get it.
Now, tell me, can opener, that's you. As a bail bondsman, just what do you do?
Oh, I make the acquaintance of various people and ascertain what their moral characteristics are like, and if they are financially responsible, and try to give them bail if they can't put up cash for themselves.
How much does it cost for one of your bonds?
Oh, as for an example, a $1,000 bond would cost $100.
I can get a $1,000 bond for $100?
Mm-hmm.
Does the Treasury Department know about that? How do you know if a man is a good risk? How can you tell he's not going to skip the country after you fish him out on bail?
Well, I talk to him and try to ascertain whether he's of good moral character.
Suppose he's just blown the safe down at the bank. Do you spring him if he happens to have a kind face?
No. We try to ascertain what his financial condition is.
Mm-hmm. Depends on how much of the bank's cash he got away with. How do you find what his financial position is?
Well, we ask him a lot of questions.
Mm-hmm. Well, suppose I was in the Bastille because they caught me in the washroom using one of those paper towels which I blotted instead of rubbed. Now, you're going to go my bail. What do you want to know? I have a kind face. Now, go ahead, huh?
Well, I'd look at you through the bars, and I would probably say...
Aren't you a little premature?
So you'd be in jail. I'd be on the outside. I'd ask you, well, what's your booking name?
George Fenneman. That's an alias.
Now, what's your true name?
My true name? Margaret Truman, huh?
Tell me, do you have any visible means of support?
A girdle, but I hope it isn't visible.
No.
Well, how about it? Do I get out of this flea trap?
I'm sorry. You don't look responsible. You're liable to skip.
Flattery will get you nowhere. That's the nicest thing that's been said to me in weeks, huh? Now, process server, Mr. Berg, in your job, just what do you do?
Serve summons, complaints, and subpoenas.
When is the best time to serve your papers? At night when the victim is sound asleep?
Best time to serve is at dinner time.
I see. While the victim is serving cold cuts, you hand out hot subpoenas, is that it? What is a subpoena? As if I didn't have one in my back pocket.
Subpoena is an order to appear in court and give testimony, testify, either for the defendant or the plaintiff.
Mm-hmm. And who do you work for?
I work for the Golden State Process Service.
How much do you get for this kind of work?
We get $1.50 for city service and $2.50 for county plus mileage.
Mm-hmm. And how much do you get for mileage?
7 cents a mile.
That's where you make your real dough, huh? How much would you charge to serve a summons at my house?
Where do you live?
You know where the Burma Road is? You turn left there and go to Hong Kong. And it's the third Burma shave on the left. Well, we're happy. We're delighted to have you two as our guests tonight, and in return we have some lovely gifts from our sponsor.
For the bail bondsman, Elgin American's exclusive heart-shaped compact that's definitely different. Something your wife will truly appreciate. It's jeweler's bronze that looks like gold.
Well, thank you very much, and on behalf of my wife, we appreciate this. Thank you.
For the process server, here's an ideal gift for you. An Elgin American cigarette case with today's smart new leather-like look.
Thank you very much.
Now, let's play You Bet Your Life for $1,500. Run your $20 into more than the other couples, and you get a chance at the big question later. And I can't tell you how much they won, but George has gone off stage to remind our listeners.
The butcher and the housewife are ahead with $30.
Here we go. Let's see how high you can build your $20. You selected foreign monetary units as your category.
That's right.
Now, you have $20. Now, how much are you going to try?
$10.
$10. Here's your first question. You're going to bet $10. What is the monetary unit of Mexico?
The peso.
The peso is right, huh?
They're on their way. They have $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of your $30 will you bet? Talk right up.
25.
25. What is the monetary unit of the Netherlands? That's a tough one.
It's based upon the English pound.
Nothing is based on the English pound anymore, huh? I'm sorry, it's the guilder, Guilder.
They now have $5.
You now have $5. Now, here's your third question. How much of the 5 are you going to try?
Try 4.
Try 4. All right. You're going to try 4. All right. What is the monetary unit of Japan?
The yen.
The yen is correct.
Now they have $9.
All right, you've climbed up to Mount McKinley. You've got $9. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 9 are you going to risk?
9.
Okay. What is the monetary unit of Canada?
Canadian dollar.
The Canadian dollar is right, huh?
And they wind up with $18.
You wound up with $18.
But that means that the butcher and the housewife with $30 get the chance at the $1,500 question. The name Elgin American means the very finest quality, designing, finish, and craftsmanship. The best value. In exquisite compacts, gorgeous simulated pearls, magnificent dresser sets, magic action lighters, wondrous lighter cases, distinguished cigarette cases, handsome military sets, fascinating musical humidors. Your favorite store has a complete assortment of the newest Elgin American styles right now. See them. And for your own proud use, for thrilling prestige gifts, always buy Elgin American. And here's the winning couple, Groucho, the butcher and the housewife.
Back again to try for $1,500, eh? Good luck. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so talk it over thoroughly. And please, no help from the audience. Who is the head of government in Yugoslavia? He is now under fire by Russia. And what is the answer you two have decided upon?
We think it's Tito.
Marshal, Tito is right. That's right. You win $1,500. Now, what are you going to do with the money?
I know one thing I need very much, and it's a new
Umbrella.
gas range.
A gas range, huh?
That's one thing I need.
And what are you going to buy?
Well, I'm
Want to give us some
gonna-
meat for a gas range? Huh?
Could be.
Yes, you could.
No, I'm going to try to help my youngster through college. He's going to school in San Francisco on the GI Bill.
You couldn't give the money for a better purpose. You received those lovely gifts from Elgin American. You won $30 plus $1,500. You won $1,530. Congratulations to both of you.
The Elgin American Show, You Bet Your Life, is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Remember, next week's big question pays $1,000. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for You Bet Your Life, starring Groucho Marx, presented by the creators of America's most beautiful compacts, smartest cigarette cases, magic action lighters, and finest dresser sets. Elgin American.
Good night, folks. Have you looked at your compact lately? And don't miss Bing Crosby. He's next, you know. Good night.
Well, sir, the evening meal has been over only a little while as we enter the small house halfway up in the next block now. And here in the living room, we find all our friends assembled, including Uncle Fletcher Rush, late of Dixon, Illinois. Uncle Fletcher is speaking at the moment. Listen.
Pat, we all sit in a row on the Davenport, then everybody can look at the photographs at once.
4 makes a pretty tight squeeze of it, Uncle Fletcher.
You can sit in my lap, Rush.
Thanks, but maybe I better not. Heavy as a horse.
Draw up a chair, Willie.
Yeah, that's the best idea. Oh, what photographs we going to look at?
Photographs, snapshots, pictures, and knickknacks by Landlady Miss Color dug out of her trunk this afternoon. What'd that do with a half-wit box?
Left it in the hallway, I think. Climb up. I'll go get it.
Fine. You're a good boy.
Sure.
He's a good boy.
Uh-huh.
You showed us a batch of photographs way last summer, Uncle Fletcher.
Fine.
These aren't the same ones, are they?
Fine. Delicious supper, Sadie.
Did taste kind of good. Potatoes could have been mealier.
Yes, they could. That's right. I ate like a hungry baboon. Sorry I spilled gravy on my necktie, though.
Oh, that was all right.
No, darndest thing you ever saw. I go along 20 years without spilling gravy on my necktie, and then get invited to take supper at my niece's house and go to work and spill gravy on my necktie.
It can be cleaned.
Not at all, Sadie. It wasn't your fault. Thanks, Rush.
This ain't a very substantial box you got to keep your photographs in.
You know what come in that box?
Brick mush.
Hit the nail right on the head. Brick mush did come in that box. You're a good boy.
Uh-huh.
All right, Vic. Here's the first picture. This is my landlady, Mrs. Keller.
Just a second, Uncle Fletcher, till I draw up a chair.
Beg pardon?
I say just a second till I draw up a chair.
Sit in my lap if you want to.
Well, I believe a chair would be better.
He can sit on my lap if he wants to, Sadie.
Uh-huh.
All right, here's my landlady, Mrs. Keller, taken in Boone, Iowa. Boone, Iowa used to be her home.
These are the same snapshots you showed us last summer.
Boone, Iowa's a thriving city.
I think so.
Never been there myself. Been to Sioux City. Stanwood, Clinton, and Autumna, but never quite hit Boone. What's the trouble, Rush?
Just pulling up a chair to sit on. Go right ahead.
You comfortable, Sadie?
No.
Fine.
Shove over, can't you?
Uncle Fletcher's taking up all the room.
Push him a little.
All settled now?
Uh-huh. It's Miss Keller there in the first picture, huh?
Mrs. Keller, taken in Boone, Iowa. I never been to Boone, Iowa myself. Been to Sioux City, Stanwood, Clinton, and Autumna, but never quite hit Boone. I've had fellas say to me, "You must be joking with all that talk about never being in Boone." But I can sit here on this davenport and look you straight in the eye and put my hand on my heart and tell you I've never been in Boone, and I'll be telling the straight, honest truth. I have never in all my life ever been to Boone, Iowa.
Think of that.
No.
Give him a little shove. He'll edge over.
I knock all these snapshots off on the floor.
This don't give you much of an idea about Boone, Iowa, because it only shows Miss Keller standing beside a telephone pole. But the picture was taken in Boone, Iowa. Fella can tell that by what it says underneath here. What's it say underneath there, Rush?
Rudolph R. Feasy, artistic photographer, Boone, Iowa.
There you are. Now, here. Oh. Sadie, recognize this lame brain?
Pass it over to me once.
Might be Wilson Old McCurdle. Might be Ed Creep. Might be Harry Thompson. Comfortable, Vic?
You bet.
Delicious supper tonight.
Bread was stale. Milk was sour. Dessert was rotten.
Yes, sir. Is that Wilson Old McCurdle?
I don't think I ever saw the man before.
Uh-huh. Wilson Old McCurdle. Now, there was a fellow for you. Rush, you like oranges.
Like him a lot.
Wilson Old McCurdle.
He like oranges?
Liked oranges better than his job, by George.
How you mean?
Makes an interesting story. Comfortable, Sadie?
No, getting squeezed to death.
Fine.
I'll say.
Take off your shoes if you want to.
No, thanks.
Vic, take off your shoes.
I'm doing fine, Uncle Fletcher.
Right?
I believe I'll leave them on.
Uh-huh. Here we have a group of 6 fellas that used to chum around together in Belvedere, Illinois. Edson Foss, John L. Stack, Pete Spatsley, Simon Fopperman, Charlie Slasher, and myself. Here I am.
Uh-huh.
Vic? Sadie? Uh-huh. Notice the funny hat I got on?
Yeah.
Still got that hat around the place somewhere, unless I left it in Dixon. I'd certainly recognize it if I saw it. Spilled gravy on that hat.
You spilled gravy on your hat?
Uh-huh. Strike you comical?
Sure does.
You probably got the idea I was eating my supper with my hat on, tried some acrobatic stunt. Fact of the matter was, I had my hat in my lap.
Oh.
Sitting in a restaurant, see, had my hat in my lap, went to work and spilled gravy on it. Yes, sir. Us 6 fellas in this picture used to chum around together a good deal there in Belvedere. Edson Foss and Charlie Slasher dead now. Kicked a bucket years ago. John L. Stack never did know what become of. He bought a ticket for Lansing, Michigan one Saturday afternoon and never come back. Now, whether he's still in Lansing, Michigan or gone off someplace else, I haven't the slightest notion. Pete Scratchley, understand, lives with his married daughter in Duluth, Minnesota. Simon Fopperman, still in Belvedere. Get a Christmas card from him every Christmas. Talented fellow, Simon Fopperman. He can preach a sermon, do a card trick, scrape off a tune on the violin all at the same time. Also, great hand to tease the ladies. Everybody seen all they want to this photograph?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what we got next now. Oh, fella I don't know. Another fella I don't know. Still another fella I don't know. 3 fellas I don't know. Wonder where Southern Miss Keller dug up these photographs. Sadie, here's 3 fellas I don't know. Want to hand them to your mother, Rush?
Sure. Uncle Fletcher, do you remember way last summer the 4 of us sitting out on the back steps looking
Wilson Old McCurdle again, by George. How'd he get in here twice?
He the man that liked oranges so much?
Liked oranges better than he liked his job, even. Matter of fact, he quit his job because he liked oranges so much.
How was that?
Makes a darn interesting story.
I'd like to hear it.
Uh-huh. There was those 3 fellas I don't know, Sadie?
Yes.
I better put them back in the pile so they don't get lost. Expect they're Mrs. Keller's property.
Mm-hmm. Here we are.
Don't hurry about them. Examine them as long as you please.
I've examined them enough.
3 fellas I don't know.
Uncle Fletcher, Smelly Clark was telling me the other day his uncle...
Smelly's a good boy.
Uh-huh. He was telling me his uncle...
Smelly's all right. Sadie, snapshot of Delmer Chunk.
Really?
Delmer was an old beau of yours, wasn't he?
Old beau of Bessie's.
Oh, is that the way of it? I knew he was an old beau of somebody's. Who'd he finally marry?
Ethel Harsher.
Don't place the name.
She wasn't a Dixon girl.
Belvedere girl?
No, I don't think so.
Starting girl?
Could have been.
Poison girl?
Maybe.
Decal girl?
Golly, I don't believe I remember.
Most likely Sycamore girl.
Yes.
Uh-huh, Sycamore girl. Vic, Delmer Chunk, old beau Sage.
Old beau of Bessie's.
Fine. Comfortable, Rush?
You bet.
But don't pay any attention to me if you feel like taking your shoes off.
Okay.
Uncle Fletcher, I asked you a minute ago if you remembered way last summer when the four of us sat
Wilson
out...
Omagirdle again, by George.
Yeah.
Makes 3 pictures of Wilson Omagirdle in this pile.
He liked oranges quite a good deal, didn't he?
He liked oranges enough so he quit his job over oranges.
Well, what happened?
Makes a darn interesting story. Well, what do you know about this? Mrs. Keller's father standing beside the telephone pole in Boone, Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
Mrs. Keller's father standing beside the telephone pole in Boone, Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been to Boone, Iowa myself. I've been to Sioux City, Stanwood, Clinton, and Ottumwa, but never quite hit Boone. I've had fellas come up to me on the street and say, "Where do you get off after this big talk about never being in Boone, Iowa?" It's hard for some people to get stuff through their heads, see. They'll insist I've been to Boone, Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
But I can sit here on this Davenport and look you straight in the eye and put my hand on my heart and tell you I've never been to Boone, Iowa, and I'll be telling the absolute, straight, honest truth.
Mm-hmm.
I have never in my whole life ever been to Boone, Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
No, sir.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Not much new. Oh, yeah, you remember Skinny Gardner? His wife just had a baby. Yeah, a boy. Yeah, we all chipped in and sent him a cute little blue cuspidor. Yeah, with a little blue tassel on it. Yeah. Huh? Who's coming down here tonight? Dennis Day. Dennis Day, Duffy. The kid that's always trying to get Jack out of Benny. Well, he's leaving the Benny show to go into the Navy. Well, you can't blame the kid. What would you do if you had a chance to make more dough? Well, look, Duffy, I gotta go now. I'm taking Dennis out for one last big evening, and I gotta go out and church a couple of femmes. Huh? Church, Duffy. It's French for Huh? You got a girl for him? Your wife's niece, huh? How ugly is she? She looks like your wife, huh? Well, thanks for the warning, Duffy, but this dame ain't for Red Skelton. It's for Dennis Day. Besides, I got my own little address book. I'll call you back. Now, let's see here. Under the A's here, Anna Diefendorfer, Plaza 3997. What you doing, Mr. Archer? I gotta get a couple of dames for me and Dennis Day for the night. Hello? Eagle Wet Wash Laundry? Could you please call Anna Diefendorfer to the phone? Yeah. She's number 5 on the Mango. thank you. I get no kick from you. Eddie, I don't like to bother at the laundry, but you ain't got no phone at home.
Don't worry, them gals of yours don't need no phone.
What do you mean?
They're the kind for whom the bell never tolls.
Oh, yeah? Well, Eddie, it's so... Oh, just a minute. Hello? Anna? Guess who this is? No? 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 Yes. Hello? How do you like that, Eddie? Acting like she don't remember me. And she washed this very shirt that I'm wearing.
Well, after all, that was a long time ago.
Let's see. I'll look up some more numbers here. I gotta get Dennis Day a girl.
One of your girls?
Yeah.
I got a feeling that day is done.
Don't be so skeptical, Eddie. Now, let's see here. Agnes, Audrey. Oh, here's one that's a doll. Beautiful.
In that book?
Eddie, they don't get in this book unless they're beautiful. This is the Dun and Broad Street of dames. You ought to see this, Audrey. What a luscious hunk of lusciousness. Oh, hello? Audrey? Hiya, gorgeous. That's swell. Listen, beautiful, a couple of us is going out tonight, and we thought that... What? Oh, I hope you'll be very happy. How did a dame with a kisser like that ever get a husband? Now, let's see. Bertha, Beulah, and Brenda. I've been meaning to call them three dames for weeks.
Why didn't you?
I don't know them.
Now, how'd they get in your book?
I won them in a crap game.
Yeah, that's the closest you'll ever get to making a pass at them.
Now, stop annoying me, Eddie. It ain't a feat. Let's see. The C's here. Catherine Murphy, Cleo Patrick, Choo Choo Schmidt, Carrie, Clara. Oh, Camille. Oh, it's Camille. This is really a high-class dame. Hello? Oh, Stuyvesant residence? To whom am I speaking to, please? Oh, Mrs. Stuyvesant, would you mind calling Camille the upstairs maid? What? Oh, thank you. Nobody home upstairs.
Arch.
Well. Hiya, Finnegan.
Say, Arch, what's in that little green book?
Dame's phone numbers.
Dame's phone numbers?
Yeah, so I can call them up.
So you can call them up. Arch, can't you whistle no more?
Finnegan, I never...
Oh, don't be modest, Arch. You know as well as I do, you have whistled at some beautiful dames in your time.
Well,
did any of them ever stop? Huh? For what?
Finnegan, that whistling was in the dumb, dark past, when I was just a little trite.
Oh, but you was the master. Remember, it was you that taught me to whistle at dames.
Yeah, I guess I did at that. Did it ever come in handy, Finnegan?
Once. I whistled at a dame and she stopped and began to talk to me.
Oh, what did you do?
What could I do? You only taught me up to the whistle.
Ah, poor Finnegan.
Arch, do you think love will ever find me?
Oh, I think so. Sure, Finnegan, I think someday the right one will come along.
Do you think so, Arch?
Sure.
Gee, I hope it's a girl.
Oh, Finnegan, some guys is born handsome, some guys is born intelligent. Why were you?
I don't know. I guess it was just nature.
Yeah.
Say, Archie.
Yeah, Miss Duffy.
How do I look?
Same as usual.
Insects don't bother me tonight. It's love, love,
Miss
love.
Duffy, how come you're so full of joy de vivre?
I'm going stepping tonight.
Oh, Whom with?
Breckenridge Hobson, fellow, the battleship painter.
Oh. Out with that rowboat Rembrandt again, huh? What's the big occasion tonight?
Well, they just launched a new battleship at his Navy Yard, and we're going to celebrate tonight. Champagne and everything.
Champagne, huh?
Yes. Say, Archie, is it dangerous to drink champagne with broken glass in it?
Not if you chew it properly. Look, Miss Duffy, you got to excuse me. I got to make a few phone calls here. Dennis Day is going in the Navy, and I'm throwing a party for him, so I got to get him a dame.
How about my girlfriend, Katrinka Yarbot?
That monstrosity? Girl Mountain Yabots? Big, fat, ugly Katrinka?
So what if she has a few muscles?
A few? Even the muscles has got muscles.
Well, that's good. Her strength comes in very handy, especially when she's out alone on a dark night.
What do you mean?
Many's a fellowship's forced to pick her up.
Yeah, maybe Dennis and me could take Katrinka. No. We better have individual dames. Let me see. Who else could we get?
How about Vera Fogarty?
Oh, no, not that. You think I would introduce Dennis Day to that man-crazy Vera?
Why not? If he's going to be a sailor, he's going to meet her eventually.
Yeah, that's true. Vera is kind of official with the Navy, ain't she?
Sure she is.
Yeah, chief petting officer. Look, Miss Duffy, leave me alone. I'll get me own dames. Now, let's see. The D's here. Daisy, Daphne, Dora.
Say, Archie.
Yeah, Toby.
Look what I found on the tablecloth.
Well, kill it.
If you're lazy, hazy, kind of crazy, it's love. Imagine you imagining that you love me and starting on a family tree. Imagine starting on a family tree. The papa is you and the mama is me. Imagine you imagining a cozy flat complete with running dog and cat. Imagine having running dog and cat. We will have welcome all over the mat. If your heart goes bumpity bump, it's love, love, love. If your throat comes up with a lump, it's love, love, love. If your knees go knockity knock, it's love, love, love. If you cuckoo like the cuckoo in the clock, it's love, love, love. Imagine you imagining a man and wife who'll go and buy a fork and a knife. Imagine eating with a fork and a knife. How rich he will be for the rest of our life. If your heart goes bumpity bump, it's love, just love. If your heart goes bumpity bump, it's love, oh love. If your knees go knockity knock, it's love, love. If you cuckoo like the cuckoo in the clock, it's love, love, love. So if your knees go knockity knock, and you cuckoo like the cuckoo in the clock, and if your heart goes bump, bump, bumpity bump, it's love, just love.
Let's see, there's nothing here in the L's. Let's get down to the M's. Oh. Emily? Emma? Mary? How did that get in there? Here's one. Emma. Hello? Oh, hello, Em. How are you? How you been? Seen any of the old gang lately? Still living at the same old place? How's your sister Edith? Your sister's name is Peggy. What number is this? Oh, wrong number.
Where'd you win that one, in the poker game?
Hey, waiter.
Yeah, sir.
Waiter, will you take an order?
Oh, sure. What you want?
4 fingers of root beer. No chaser.
Well, Dennis Day. Well, Dennis, greetings to our establishment. What do you think of the joint here?
Gee, Arch, I think it's wonderful. It's super.
You really mean it? Gee, that's the first time. Honest, I feel like kissing you.
Go ahead. I only promised my mother about girls.
Dennis, I just meant hypotheatrically speaking. You see, it's at this joint that's called a dump by every jerk that comes in.
You won't hear it from this one. Gosh, I think this is a very interesting place. You know, I've never been in a dive before.
A dive?
That's what my mother called it. When I told her I was coming here, she locked me in my room. She can't get away with that, the old...
Dennis, just a second. This is your mother you're talking about. A blood relation. Remember, Dennis, a guy has only one mother. You shouldn't really talk like that about the old battle axe.
Well, I'm not a baby anymore. And besides, this morning she said I could go any place I wanted if I made all gone with my oatmeal.
Well, so what did you do? Did you sneak out?
Yeah, I tied sheets together and climbed out the window. It's a trick I learned from Mr. Benny in a hotel.
You mean Benny would... to beat a hotel bill? What a cheap trick.
Oh, Mr. Benny isn't cheap.
No, huh?
No, he only seems that way because other people spend money.
I see.
Introduce me, huh?
Oh, Dennis, shake heads with Clifton Finnegan.
How do you do?
Mr. Day, you really a stomach your sound on the radio.
No, that's just acting. In real life, I'm just as intelligent as you are.
That's what I thought. I had a feeling you and me had a lot in common. You a Harvard man?
No, are you a Harvard man?
No. Small world, ain't it? Did you go to Princeton?
What's a Princeton?
That's a college.
It can't be. Harvard is a college.
You're right. You're a very observant lad. I never went to Yale neither. Did you?
No.
Funny we never ran into each other.
What do you think of literature?
I never went there neither.
Two thoughts without a single mind. Look, Dennis, I got to make a couple of phone calls. I got a surprise for you tonight. In the meantime, why don't you sing a song for the gang here, huh?
Oh, sure. What's the surprise, Arch?
Well, I might as well tell you now. Dennis, I'm going to take you out for a real big evening tonight.
Really?
Yeah, before you go in the Navy, we're going to see that you have one last fling. I'm going to go out and get us a couple of tomatoes.
Tomatoes? What fun. Who are we going to fling them at?
Dennis, I mean girls. Go ahead and sing. I'll worry about dames. Now, let's see. Polly, Peggy, Penelope.
3 years ago this very night, I left the port of Cork, and on a ship from old Erin's Isle, I landed in New York, without a friend to meet me there and a stranger on the shore. But I wore an honest Irish heart, and fortune came galore. So here I am, back again, in dear old Erin's Isle. Oh, the friends, they meet me on the quay, and they greet me with a smile. There were faces there that I surely forgot, for I was so long away. But my mother, she introduced Kamal, and this to me did say, shake hands with your uncle Mike, me boy, shake hands with your sister Kate. And here is the girl you used to swing down on the garden gate. Shake hands with all the neighbors, and kiss the Colleen's all. You're as welcome as the flowers in May to dear old Donegal. Oh, they gave a party when I came back, and they came from near and far. And the road was lined for near a mile with Irish jaunting cars. And the spirits flew like buttermilk to fill our hearts with joy. And the piper played an Irish reel to greet the Yankee boy. But tomorrow off to the church I'll go, and wedded I will be to me pretty little Colleen Bond, sweet Biddy McGee. For Biddy was true and faithful to her Dinny or the sea, and we'll join the harp and shamrocks to the stars of liberty. There came Brannigan, Flanagan, Milligan, Gilligan, Duffy, McCuffy, Malarkey, Mahone, Rafferty, Lafferty, Donnelly, Connolly, Dooley, O'Dooley, Muldowney, Malone, Madigan, Cadigan, Lanahan, Flanahan, Hagan, O'Houlihan, Flynn, Janahan, Lanahan, Fogarty, Kelly, O'Kelly, Shapiro, McGinn. Then I'll shake the hand of me Uncle Mike and the hand of me Sister Kate. I'll hug and squeeze as much as I please the girl in the garden gate. I'll invite all the neighbors to me wedding great and small. And I'll live content and pay no rent in dear old
great, Dennis. You could smell the shillelagh in it. Well, now we'll get going as soon as I get us a couple of dames here.
Gee, I hope my mother don't find out I went out with a girl.
Oh, how would she find out if we don't tell her?
Well, every night when I come home, she takes my pulse.
Dennis, how long are you going to be tied to your mother's pulse strings? You ain't no baby no more. Today you're a man, ready for senility. Let's get back to the book here. Pauline, Patricia, Petrushka.
Gee, Arch, I bet you got a whole flock of girls.
Flock of girls? I don't know. No more than any other handsome, attractive fella.
Come here, Arch. Could I ask you something intimate?
What?
Did you ever kiss one of them?
Like to have $1 million for everyone I kissed.
What does it feel like to kiss a girl?
Oh, I don't know. Not unlike getting smacked in the face with a wet bar rag.
Gee, it sounds wonderful. Hurry up and call some girls. Quick, Arch.
Okay.
Meantime, can I borrow that bar rag?
Now, please, keep your horses on, Dennis. We'll get a girl. Now, let's see here. Ruth, Rita. Didn't have many of them, Mars. Sally, Susie. Oh, here's one. A dream dame. Ah, this is the one I really go for. Hello? Is Simone there? Oh, hello, Simone. This is Archie. You busy tonight? You gotta what? You gotta wash diapers, huh? Goodbye, Simone. Boy, this has been a busy year. is the kind of music that makes that lead bristle. Let's see here. Valerie, Virginia. Oh, that's the number. Hey, Dennis.
Yes, please?
Dennis, I got you all set. One I forgot about. A model. A beautiful cover girl.
Cover girl? I hope it isn't Rita Hayworth. Orson would never forgive me.
No, Dennis, this is a different cover girl. A dame named Virginia. Her picture's on all of the magazines. Hello? Is Virginia there? Oh, she's down posing at a magazine, huh? Which magazine? Weird Stories, huh? Weird Stories! Yeah, now that I think it over, it was a pretty dark night.
Mr. Archer, that lady over there looking for Mr. Day.
What lady?
Archie, quick, hide me.
Why?
That's no lady, that's my mother.
Oh, Eddie, quick, take Dennis into that back room where we keep the pig's feet. Try to make him feel at home.
Okay.
Dennis! Oh, Dennis!
Madame, may I be of some service to it?
I'm looking for my son, Dennis Day. I heard he was in this rat hole.
Madame is in error. Perhaps some other rat hole? If Madame would...
Dennis! Oh, Dennis!
Madam, would you please kindly desist that big yap of yours? I don't know where he is.
Who's in this back room? Dennis, are you in there?
No, nobody in here but us pig's feet.
Come out here, Dennis.
Gee, pig's feet are hard to imitate.
Dennis, what are you doing in this low dive?
What are you doing here?
I came to get you.
A likely story.
Don't let her bluff you, Dennis.
Who is this big mouth beanpole?
Dennis, your mother wishes to meet me.
Oh, Mother. Mother, this is my friend Archie. He's taking me out tonight with 2 tomatoes.
Dennis!
But, Mother, you've always told me vegetables were good for me.
Dennis, do you think I'd let you go out with this horrible creature? This half-man, half-ogre? This grimy crumb?
Look, Mrs. Day, don't think you're fooling nobody with them subtle innuendos. Now, you'll excuse me, and despite of you, I'm going to make some more phone calls now. Let's see, the X's here. No, I don't know no X's. Let's see, Y. Oh, yeah. Hello? Is Yvette there? Oh, hello? This is Archie. Why? Are you doing anything special tonight? Yeah, huh? Well, look, have you got a friend? You have? Right there? Well, put your friend on. Oh, hiya, Toots. My name's Archie. What's your name? What? It sounds like a boy's name. Oh. I'm sorry, mister. The old badger game.
Archie, will you hurry up and get a girl? I'm getting older every minute.
Okay, Dennis, give me a chance. I'm only down to the Y's.
Dennis, are you coming home with me or not?
Please, Mrs. Day, calm yourself. Sit down. Have a pig's foot. Finnegan, come here. Talk to the battle axe, will you?
Certainly, Arch. Good evening, battle axe.
Well, Mr. Finnegan, that's the first time a man has ever dared call me that. And I like it.
Wow, it's mutual. Mrs. Day, may I say that you are a fine buxom of a woman? How's about us going steady, huh?
Well, Mr. Finnegan, I'm afraid you've talked me into it. Well?
Well, hey, Arch, I'm up to the whistle again. What do I do?
Oh, take her down to Schimmelbacher's and buy her an ice cream soda.
Just a second, Finnegan. You're going to take my mother out?
Why not?
Does your mother let you go out with girls?
No, but your mother does. Come on, baby.
Good night, Dennis.
Good night, Mother. Gee, Archie, even Finnegan's got a girl. Hurry up and get one for me.
All right, I'm hurrying. Now, let's see. No more Y's. We're down to the Z's. Oh, here's one.
8 to 5. He winds up with a zebra.
Quiet, Eddie. Hello? Is Zoe there? What? When? Oh, that's too bad. Well, we all gotta go sometime. Well...
What comes after the Z's, Arch?
After the Z's. Look, Dennis, I promised you a big fling tonight, and I ain't gonna let you down, kid. Dennis, you like to go dancing?
Oh, boy, I love it.
Good. Joe, play something. Dennis, shall we waltz? Duffy's where you leave me to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Oh, hello, Duffy. Yeah, that's right. Next week out off Marshall. Yeah, the fop. Oh, yeah, great dresser, Duffy. Looks like he just stepped out of Courier and Ives.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
With D and ends with T. That's Dreft. Procter & Gamble's Sudsing Miracle. 2,000 years newer than soap. Dreft brings you The Life of Riley. Dreft. D-R-E-F-T. Dreft. America's largest selling brand for washing silks, nylons, woolens, dishes. Presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Well, tomorrow is Father's Day, and millions of happy fathers will be basking in the adoration of their offspring. But not Chester A. Riley. Right now is sitting at home dejectedly, a look of anguish on his face. There's a sob in his voice as we hear him say,
Tomorrow is Father's Day, and my own son won't even talk to me. He hates me. He wouldn't treat his mother like this. Oh, why wasn't I born a mother?
The atmosphere in the Riley household is fraught with tragedy. How did this breach between father and son come to pass? Well, let's go back to the other day when Riley Sr., immersed in a newspaper, suddenly looked up and exclaimed,
I don't know what's the matter with that Junior.
Why? What did he do now?
It's what he didn't do. He never does anything. It says here in the paper thousands of boys are entering that soapbox derby all over the country.
Oh, Egbert Gillis is entering. Yes, I saw the little car Egbert's building.
Sure, every kid in the country's going in for it except your son, Junior.
Oh, well, now he's my son. Well, what if he isn't in the derby, Daddy?
It's important. A contest like this builds character, and character is what counts. Why, when I was a boy, every time I walked into a room, people would say, "Look, here comes that character."
Oh. They still do, dear.
Can you blame them? Listen to what it says here in the paper. This nationwide derby develops in youngsters the qualities of self-reliance and initiative. Remember, Peg, today's boys are tomorrow's men.
They are, dear?
Yes, you can't fight nature. This is the kind of thing Junior ought to go in for instead of wasting his time and energy in doing what's he been doing lately?
Oh, he spends most of his time getting goony with that little Marilyn Morris.
Oh, now, Beth.
Junior's madly, supremely in love with Marilyn.
You see, Peg, that's the kind of a boy your son is. Instead of something important, he'd rather spend all his time with a girl. That's his idea of fun.
What if it is?
Well, it ain't my idea of fun.
It was once. You used to hang around me when I was a young girl.
Well, I know better now. We're talking about Junior. Peg, you spoiled that boy. You let him have his own way too much. It's time he learned who his father is. You or me?
Oh, Riley, I won't have you forcing the boy into that contest. Now, every time you start...
Peg, I know how to handle boys. He's going to build a racer, and I won't take no for an... Junior, is that you?
Hiya, Pop. Hi, everybody.
Hi, Junior.
Junior, I want to have a little talk with you.
Well, can I wait until later, Pop? I got to start building my racer for the soapbox derby.
Yeah. You see, Peg, your son would rather waste his time building a racer for the Did you say racer?
Well, yeah. I entered the derby today.
Oh, that's my son, all right. Well, run along, Junior, and get to work.
Okay. Thanks, Pop.
Well, what's the matter, Peg? Why are you and Babs looking at me like that? Is it my fault you had the kid all wrong? Well, Junior, how's the racer coming?
Ah, it's a tough job, Pop. I haven't got the right tool.
That's what I figured. Oh, I brought you something to make it easier.
You bought me a set of tools?
No, a set of blueprints.
Blueprints?
That's right. I drew them up myself. Here, look. Now, you follow these blueprints, and
well,
you
I
have
want to build it without help.
Well, sure. All I'm doing is giving you the benefit of my brain. I'm not helping you.
This axle here is...
Well, now take this blueprint I drew here.
Oh, but, Pop, what do you know about cars?
What do I know about cars? Remember that old Essex Jim Gillis had? I took that motor apart, part by part, hundreds of them. Cleaned them, put them together again. And I had enough parts left over to make a motorcycle for myself.
Gee, Pop, the Essex didn't run after that.
Oh, but my motorcycle did. Now, you take this blueprint.
Oh, thanks, Pop, but it'll be better if I build it myself.
Junior, that's where you're wrong. Why, the best cars in America were always built by two guys working together.
What two guys?
Well, Kaiser and Fraser. Graham and Page. Ford and Lincoln. Now, don't be stubborn, Junior.
Riley, will you fix the clothesline?
Oh, Dufflin, I want your opinion. Look, I drew up a set of blueprints for Junior's racer, but he's stubborn. He wants to build it all by himself. What do you think of that?
Good for you, Junior.
Peg, when I want your opinion, I'll ask for it. Junior, are you going to do like I say?
No, Pop. I'll build it alone.
You absolutely refuse to use these blueprints. You won't even look at them?
No, Pop.
Well, just for that, I'm going to teach you a lesson. I withdraw my offer.
What a crowd. Oh, I'm so proud of Junior in his little car.
Oh, it's really pretty.
Well, he'd have done a lot better if he'd followed my blueprints.
Oh, how much better can he do, Daddy? He won all the heats he was in. He'll be in the final.
He just won because he happens to have the Riley luck. That's all it was, just plain dumb luck.
You might give the boy some credit.
Attention, please. The final heat for the city championship will now be run. The winner will compete for the national championship. Please clear the course.
Oh, I do hope Junior wins.
Oh, he ain't got a chance. Not with the car. Now, if he'd used my blueprints like I told him...
They're off! Come on, Junior!
They get wind resistance and everything.
Come on, Junior, faster!
But he knew it all. He wouldn't listen.
Oh, look, Mother. Junior's getting out ahead. Come on, Junior!
Okay, if he wants to be stubborn. Now let him pay the consequences.
Oh, Junior's out in front. Oh, look at him go. Come on, Junior. Keep that lead.
This'll teach him a lesson.
Come on, Junior. Come on. Oh, he's over the line.
He won. He won. Hooray for my boy.
Oh, Riley. Isn't it wonderful? I'm so proud.
What did we ever do to deserve such a son?
We got married.
Oh, where's Junior? Can you see him? Oh, no. He disappeared and... Oh, yes, there he is. He's shaking hands with the judge. You know, J.B. Gilbert.
Oh, he's a big automobile manufacturer.
Just think, our own boy shaking hands with a big industrial maggot.
Oh. Not maggot, Riley. It's magnet. Well, come on. Let's go over to Junior.
No. Peg, not right away. This is Junior's day. Let's not be the type of parents that muscle in on their kids' glory. Let's stay in the background.
Oh, look, Daddy. They're going to take pictures.
Come on, let's get over there.
Riley, wait for us. Riley!
Junior, excuse me, Mr. Excuse me. Oh, Junior. Oh, my boy, Junior.
Hiya, Bob. Well, I won.
Congratulations, son. We sure put it over, didn't we?
Yeah. Well, thanks, Bob. Oh, and this is Mr. Gilbert.
How do you do, sir?
This is a real privilege, Mr. Gilbert, meeting you. I never thought I'd have the honor of shaking hands with a big maggot.
Magnet, Pop.
Magnet. What's the difference? Everybody knows what Mr. Gilbert is.
Yes.
Oh, look, there's Mom and Babs over there. Excuse me. Hey, Mom.
I do.
Fine boy you've got there, Mr. Riley. Intelligent. Good character.
Oh, he's nothing.
You're too modest. That was a dandy little car he won with. Fine design. If he were a little older, I'd put him to work in my designing department.
A little older, huh? About 40, which I am.
Your boy's got a real talent for mechanics.
Well, as a matter of fact, it runs in the family.
Oh, yes? Mrs. Riley is a mechanic?
No, I mean I am. As a matter of fact, I kind of made Junior build that car.
Well, good. I like to see fathers take an interest in their boys' activities.
Oh, I took more than an interest. I planned the whole thing for him.
You planned it?
Well, sure. As a matter of fact, I drew up a set of blueprints. All he had to do was follow them.
You're joking, Mr. Riley.
Oh, no. As a matter of fact, I got them right here. There. See? There, the plans all there, right down to the last nut.
Well, this is most interesting.
I thought you'd be interested. By the way, Mr. Gilbert, before I got in the airplane game, I used to dabble with automobiles, and I was wondering if maybe...
Excuse me, I have an announcement to make.
Yes.
Attention, please. We have just learned that Chester Riley, Jr., driver of the Comet, did not build his car by himself. This is a clear violation of the
Mr. Gilbert, as I was saying just before you disqualified Junior, I disqualified? No, Mr. Gilbert.
I'm sorry, those are the rules.
But I didn't know, Mr. Gilbert. Listen, it ain't true what I said. I was lying. I told you a lie. I'm a liar. You got to believe me. I wouldn't lie to you.
I'm sorry, sir, and I'll just hold on to these blueprints for the time being.
But, Mr. Gilbert, wait. Please, you gotta...
Riley, did you hear that announcement?
Pop, they disqualified me.
I know, Junior.
Well, somebody told the judges I didn't build the car myself. It's a big lie. When I find out who did it, I'll knock his teeth out.
I'd like to lay my hands on him myself. Oh, the sneak! If I had him here, I'd scratch his eyes out.
Please. Live and let live.
I'm going to the judges and find out who did this.
No, don't go.
What do you mean, don't go? Don't you want to know?
I know who did it.
You do, Daddy?
Who did it? Tell me who did it, Pop. I'll punch you in the nose.
Here's my nose, Junior. Help yourself.
Pop, you told them?
Well, you see, I didn't know. I just showed him my blueprint, so he thought...
Why did you do it? Why are you always interfering? Why are you always spoiling things?
But, son...
leave me alone. Just leave me alone.
Come back, Junior. Hit me so I'll feel better, Junior.
Chester Riley, how could you? Honest, you haven't got the brains of a maggot.
You mean magnet.
I'm talking about your brains, and I mean maggot.
But, Dublin,
don't you speak to me. Junior, darling, wait.
Oh, Peg, wait. Junior, wait. It ain't fair that they should treat me like this. After all, what did I do? So what if I told a little fib? So what if I did make him look like a cheater? So what if I wrecked his life? So what if I... Oh, I'm a skunk.
Draft will bring you the second act of The Life of Riley in a moment. Now, this is Ken Carpenter. Talk about vacations. Mrs. Riley's found the next best thing to a vacation from dishwashing. Sure, she's joined the march to draft.
Draft your dishes, and oh, how they shine. Shine without wiping in half of the time and look bright. Right. Now, don't you get left, get draft.
Yes, ladies, for faster, easier dishwashing, don't get left, get draft. The first suds to wash dishes cleaner than soap. Draft gets dishes so clean they shine even without wiping. You know, all soaps leave a cloudy deposit on dishes unless polished, but not Draft. This wonderful new kind of suds rinses clear, leaves dishes and glasses so clean they sparkle. And you've never seen a soap get rid of dishpan grease the way Draft can. And yet there's no dishpan ring, no unpleasant greasy film on hands. What's more, Draft contains no alkali that can redden hands. So first thing Monday, get Draft, the miracle suds backed by Procter & Gamble. Don't get left, get Draft. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Shortly after Junior won the local Soapbox Derby, his over-enthusiastic father boasted, untruthfully of course, that he had designed the car that Junior drove in the race. Result, Junior was disqualified.
Babs, did your brother come home yet?
No, not yet. Neither did Mother.
I wouldn't blame Junior if he never came home. He must hate me.
Oh, don't say that.
Why not? He's got a right to hate me. I'm such a dope.
Oh, I'm sure he doesn't. Remember, he's your son.
If he doesn't hate me, then it's because he's a dope like his father.
Everybody makes mistakes, Daddy.
Not like I make them. I'm an expert. Why am I always shooting my mouth off? Why don't I once shoot my head off?
Oh, Daddy, stop brooding about
There's an old saying, button your lip, That should be my motto. Only with my big mouth, I need a zipper.
It'll be all right, Daddy.
Junior will never forgive me for this. Neither will your mother.
Yes, they will.
No, they won't. Why should they? I'm no good. I'm a flop as a father.
I think you're a wonderful father.
Well, you're no judge, Babs. After all, you've only had one father. No, I might as well face it. Junior's through with me.
Oh, he'll forget all about it in a few days.
He'll never forget. Every time he sees my face, he'll think of this horrible mess.
You want an aspirin, Daddy?
No, thanks. I ain't hungry. He'll hold this against me the rest of his life. And he'll always be ashamed of me. Even when he's a big success. A big manufacturer, maybe. An auto manufacturer. Yeah, that's what he'll probably be. He'll manufacture millions of cars. The Comet. The Riley Comet. Now he needs me, but when he's a millionaire, he won't want me around. I'm ignorant. I'm not couth. He'll move away to a mansion in Bel Air. His mother will go with him. She always did take his side.
Oh, stop it, Daddy. You're just overwrought.
No, I'm not. I can see the future just as clear as if it happened yesterday. 20 years from now, you'll be married. Your mother and her millionaire son will be living in their mansion. And I'll be all alone. An old bum.
Oh, stop imagining things. I'll go make you some coffee.
That's all I'll be. An old bum. I could just see myself walking along the street in my raggedy clothes, looking for cigar butts. It's raining and thundering, and I'm cold and wet. I got holes in my shoes, and they're full of water.
Just a minute, mister. What are you doing on this property?
Nothing, officer, nothing. I'm just visiting some people I know. Anyway, it's my own business.
It's my business, too. I'm a special watchman. Now, you better get back to Skid Row where you belong.
Honest, officer, I was just going to ring the bell. You see, my son lives there, in that 10-story bungalow.
Why, that's the mansion of Chester Riley, Jr., the big automobile magnate.
Yeah, he's my son.
How could a tramp like you be the father of a son like that?
That's what my wife always used to say.
Come on now, brother, get moving.
No, please, officer. Let me go in there just for a minute. I haven't seen my wife or my son for 20 years. I'm starving for a look at their sweet faces.
All right, go ahead. But don't start no trouble.
Oh, bless you, officer.
Bless you, mister. Go on. There's the door. Yes? Speak up, beggar.
Pardon me, sir, but for 20 years I've been
Go
starving.
around to the back door. The scullery maid may have a few scraps for you unless she's already fed the dogs.
Oh, no, wait, please, don't shut the door.
Who is it, Jeeves?
It's me, your husband, madam.
My what? How dare you say such a thing? Throw him out, Jeeves. I never saw this creature before in my life.
Frank, how can you say that? I ain't a creature. I'm Riley. Don't you remember, I'm your husband. You're my wife. I can prove it. I got a mole on my shoulder, and you got a mole on your...
How dare you?
On your thumb.
You may go, Jeeves. I will handle this baboon.
Oh, then you do remember me. That was your pet name for me.
When I ran away from you 20 years ago, I wrote you that I never wanted to see you again. Why did you come here tonight?
I just wanted to say goodbye.
Very well. Goodbye.
Well...
Oh, here you are, Mater. I say, you look ill, Mater. No, it's nothing, dearest. What is it, Mater?
Oh, it's okay, Junior. There's nothing the mater. It's me, Pater.
You! How dare you come here? Get out!
Oh, don't be like that, son. Forgive and forget. I know you got $10 million, but I ain't proud. I'll take you back.
Go at once. I vowed I would never forgive you for getting me disqualified in the soapbox derby. Now, get out. Jeeves?
Yes, master?
Open the door, Jeeves.
But you can't put me out on a night like this. It's raining. I'll get wet. I'll catch cold. I'll get pneumonia.
Give him some penicillin and throw him out.
Okay. I'll go, but I'll get even. I'm cutting you out of my will. Goodbye. They'll never see me again.
Daddy, I brought you some coffee.
That's what they'll do when they don't need me anymore. They'll kick me in the gutter. Okay, if that's their attitude, I'll tell you.
Riley!
I spoke to the judge and
a fine son you turned out to be.
Me? What did I do?
Why, Riley,
and you're just as bad as he is, Peg. You think when you're a millionaire 20 years from now, you'll kick me out. Well, you'll never get away with it. I'm leaving now.
Hey, wait, Pop.
And you can keep your penicillin. Oh, what a mess. I start with a little fib and I get in deeper and deeper and deeper. How much deeper can I go?
Would you like my opinion?
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, it's you, Digger.
Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Oh, Digger, I'm in jam on account of my boy.
Boys can be problems. It's time for my oldest boy, Clay, to go to college. He wants to go to UCLA, but I want him to go to MIT.
MIT. Oh, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
No, the Morticians Institute of Tombstone. It's a finishing school. And after you graduate, they guarantee to find you an opening.
Well, my trouble with Junior is different. You see, he was in the Soapbox Derby.
Oh, so was my youngest son, Reefcliff. He built the cutest little car out of practically nothing. He just used an empty box that was lying around my shop.
No kidding. How did he finish in the race?
Dead last.
Well, my Junior was disqualified. You see, I drew up some blueprints, and I told the judge Junior used them to build his car.
Oh, but that's cheating.
Yeah, but Junior
Cheating
didn't...
isn't cricket. I once wrote a strong poem on that very subject. I quote, "Some cheat the baker or the candlestick maker. Some cheat their dearest friend. But I've yet to meet the man who can cheat Digger Odell in the end."
But, Digger, please, listen, Junior didn't cheat. He built the car himself. I was just boasting to the judge.
Oh, I see. Then you must act right. Go to the judge. Have him compare the blueprints and Junior's car. There'll be no similarity.
Hey, that's right. Well, why didn't I think of that before?
Make haste, Riley. As we say in our profession, never let the grass grow over your feet. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Pop, guess who's
Come on, Junior, get your car. We got to go over and see that judge, Mr. Gilbert.
Riley, wait. Mr. Gilbert's here to see you.
I can't see him now. I got to see Mr. Gilbert. He's here, Mr. Gilbert.
That's right, Mr. Riley.
Pop, I'm not disqualified. I'm still the winner.
Yes, and your boy leaves for the East tomorrow for the finals.
But I don't understand. What made you change your mind?
I looked at the blueprints you drew.
Oh, my blueprints, huh? Slick, ain't they?
If Junior had really followed them, he'd have wound up with a car that had 7 2-inch wheels and a body 36 feet long.
7 wheels?
That car would have weighed half a ton, and the only thing that could possibly have moved it was a jet propulsion motor.
That was on my blueprint?
Yes, that was the product of your brain.
What a revolting development this is.
We'll be back in a moment. Summer is the time for romance, so you'll want to make extra sure your nice washables look fresh and gay and eye-catching. And, of course, the world's finest care for pretty silks, nylons, and woolens is Dreft. Yes, Dreft keeps nylons lovely and sheer as new. Washes new woolens softer and fluffier than even expensive soap flakes. Helps pretty lingerie colors stay bright and sparkling washing after washing. You see, Dreft leaves no dulling film in fabrics the way soaps do. Dreft's amazing suds rinse clear. So no wonder Dreft is now America's largest selling brand for fine washables and dishes. This summer, help keep your nice things fresh and lovely with Dreft. Don't get left, get Dreft.
The bus for San Bernardino and Points East is now ready.
Well, Junior, dear, you better get on the bus.
Yeah. Well, goodbye.
Oh, wait, Junior. Before you go, I want to give you some advice. Now, if you want to win that race, here's what you ought to do. You do whatever you want, Junior. Don't listen to me. That's an order.
Yeah. Well, goodbye, Pop.
Junior, you sure you forgive me?
Oh, sure, Pop. Oh, gee, I almost forgot. Here's something for you, Pop, for Father's Day.
Oh, Junior, you shouldn't have.
Oh,
Junior.
Pop, stop kissing
Bye,
me.
Junior.
Well, Pop.
Goodbye, Junior.
Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye. Oh, what a wonderful son. He remembered me on Father's Day. I wonder what he got me.
Why, it's a book, Riley.
Yeah, a book. Child Psychology. Now, why would he give me this book? I ain't a child.
The Sudsing Miracle for soaps, nylons, woolens, dishes invites you to meet our guests next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecker and is directed by Don Bernard. Music by Lou Kozloff. The script by Alan Lipscott and Reuben Schiff. Mrs. Riley's Paula Winslow, Digger Odell is John Brown, Junior is Tommy Cook, Babs is Barbara Eiler, and Mr. Gilbert is Alan Reed. Read the feature story of Babs Riley in the current issue of Radio Mirror magazine. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to listen again next week to The Life of Riley and reminding you for faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any previous suds in history, use Dreft. Don't get left, get Dreft. Darling, you're radiant tonight.
There's radiance in my hair.
Why is the radiance there? Prell, P-R-E-L-L. Procter & Gamble's new Emerald Clear Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube.
Brand new amazing Prell reveals a glamorous, radiant beauty no soap or soap shampoo can match. And Prell leaves hair so easy to manage, so soft and smooth, glowing with a natural radiance.
Sensationally different, Prell removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes. In fact, proved by a group of doctors. Even stubborn dandruff was controlled by only 2 Prell shampoos a week.
And the whole family cheers that handy Prell tube. Easy to use, no spill, no waste, and a little makes mountains of lather.
Try the new Radiant Cream Shampoo, Prell.
P-R-E-L-L, Prel Shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is inside. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Prel Shampoo.
Yes, try Prel. And listen again next week when Dreft, the surging miracle for silks, nylons, woolens, dishes, brings you The Life of Riley. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I dog Lum, I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, jot 'em down, store. This is Lum and Abner.
Now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, one more day has rolled around with no news about Abner's missing wife and daughter. The old fellows have checked the railroad and bus stations at the county seat. They've consulted the police. In fact, they've followed every clue they've been able to dig up. But nowhere can they find any information about Elizabeth and little Pearl. As we look in on the little community today, we find Abner in the Jot 'em Down store and library. Lum is just entering. Listen.
Abner. Hey, Abner, looky here.
Huh?
It's a letter for you.
A letter?
Yeah, just now picked it up at the post office.
All right, dog. Who's it for?
I just told you it's for you.
Who's it from?
Well, I reckon it's from your brother-in-law, Ed. The postmark says Texas, and it ain't Elizabeth's writing.
Texas? Doggy, that's him, all right. Well, hurry up, Lum. Open it up. Read it to me.
Well, here, you read it. It's your letter, not mine.
Well, I can't read it a sign like this. Go ahead now. Read it for me, Lum, please.
I'll read it for you.
Yeah, go ahead. Read it. Now I'll find out where Elizabeth's at. I'm going to tell her to come right back home. Fact is, I believe I'll do it right now. Where's some writing paper? I'm going to answer that letter.
Well, wait a minute. Wait till you hear the letter before you answer it. You don't know what it says yet.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, hurry up. Read it, Lum. Read it.
That's what I'm trying to do if you
Go
just take
ahead.
up for a minute.
Go on.
Dear Abner.
Yeah. Hi.
That starts out. Dear Abner.
Oh, well, that's it, all right. That's the way he always starts out. I start mine different to him, though. I say, Dear Ed. That's what I say.
Dear Abner, received your letter telling us that Elizabeth and little Pearl was coming here to visit us.
Well?
However, we must have misunderstood your letter because so far they have not arrived.
Not arrived? Why, they've had plenty of time to get there.
We have met every train for the last 3 days, but have not saw them.
Well, he don't have to meet every train. Just the passengers will be enough. I don't think they're going on a freight.
Please write and tell us when they will be here.
Well, Lum, do you reckon something could have happened to them on their way down there?
Well, no, not necessary. More likely went somewhere else, that's all.
Somewhere else?
Why, sure. There's lots of other places they could have went to, you know.
Where?
Well, I don't know. It's what we got to find out.
Oh.
You oughtn't have told Ed that Elizabeth and Pearl was definite coming to his place, Abner.
Well, that's where Elizabeth always goes again. She wants to make a trip summers long.
I've told you 1,000 or 100 times before you oughtn't to jump at conclusions that way, Abner.
Yeah, I know.
You're going to have your brother-in-law going down to the depot, meeting every train that comes into Texas from now on. He'll more than likely have to give up his job to do it, and then he'll go broke, and pretty soon his whole family will starve to death.
Oh, well, I never meant to do all that.
Well, don't worry. It won't go that far, I don't think.
Won't, huh?
I'm just giving you an example to show you what this conclusion jumping of yours can lead to.
Yeah.
Here, let me finish reading your letter.
Oh, is there some more to it?
Yeah. This might give us more information.
Yeah, sure.
Where was I at? Oh, yeah. We are all fine here. I went hog wild the other day, and for Amy's birthday...
That's his woman, Amy.
Uh-huh. And for Amy's birthday, I bought her a second-hand washing machine.
He always was wonderful for fancy gadgets.
Amy likes it just fine.
Well...
Opal is
That's his oldest daughter, Opal. Yeah.
Opal is doing canteen work for the Army boys and likes it just fine.
Well, bless her heart. Bless her little heart.
Aunt I own has went to work in a defense plant near here as a riveter.
Riveter?
Yeah. She says she likes it just fine.
Ah.
Her birthday is next week, so if you think of it, you might send her a nice pair of overalls.
What size?
It don't say.
Ah.
Well, must close now. Everything here is just fine. Everything's fine, ain't it?
Well, that's fine. Yeah, everything's always fine with Ed. Never had a sad day in his life, I don't reckon.
Write soon and tell us when to expect Elizabeth and Pearl. Wish you could come along with them, but know you have to stay there and keep the old nose to the grindstone. Ha ha.
What are you laughing about, Lum?
Ed laughed.
Oh.
I mean, he put it in a letter.
Oh, he thinks he said something funny there.
Oh.
He's a joshing sort of a feller.
So it says ha-ha right here. He must have thought it's funny.
Oh, and he always laughs at his own jokes, you know.
Hope everything there is just fine. Yours truly, Ed. Well, Ed writes a nice letter, Abner.
Yeah, but he never told me where Elizabeth is, though.
Well, at least we know now that she ain't there.
No.
So that illuminates your brother-in-law's place. And means we got to start looking everywhere else we can think of.
I don't know no place else to start looking.
I don't know. Whose car is that out there? Over there across the street. Never seen that car around Pine Ridge before.
Don't believe I haven't either.
It's stopping out there.
I know this. Wait a minute. You don't reckon that's Elizabeth and she's went and bought herself an automobile, do you, Lum?
Of course not. Where would she get the money to buy something like that?
Well, maybe she earned it somewhere. I don't know. She might be a riveter like Aunt Ione. Maybe Aunt Ione got her in that defense plant down there in Texas.
Oh, she couldn't have did that. She ain't even got her priorities.
Well, you never can tell, though. I expect I better get Elizabeth a pair of them overalls, too, while I'm doing it. Let's see, I believe she'd take about, 30, 34 ought to fit her just about right.
Wait a minute, Abner. Elizabeth couldn't be working in no defense plant in Texas because she ain't even in Texas. We know that for sure.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, Nogus, look there. Ain't that a woman getting out of the car there?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, see, what'd I tell you?
Wait a minute, though, Abner. That ain't Elizabeth.
Oh, yes, it
Look
is.
how she's dressed. Elizabeth ain't got no clothes like that, them furs, no.
Well, more like she might have bought herself some new ones, Aunt Lum. I know Elizabeth's coming back short of her. She's coming back, Lum.
Abner, now, don't get yourself so worked up, because that ain't Elizabeth.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I can see better than you can, and that ain't her. Just take a good look out there now.
Yes. And Doggy, you know, I don't believe that does much look like her, Lum.
Of course not. Look there, she's carrying a young'un in her arms.
Oh, she is, ain't she? Well, I know that ain't little Pearl she's carrying, 'cause she's a heap bigger than that. Fact is, she can come closer to carrying Elizabeth than Elizabeth can to carrying her.
Find out, Amy. Here she comes.
Oh, yeah.
Now, try to recollect your manners now and act polite.
Yeah.
Say how do, ma'am, and please excuse me, please, Mom, and all.
What have I did?
Well, if you do something.
Oh, I'll be sorry.
That's it. Well, how do you do, Mom?
How do you do, ma'am?
Hello. Goodness, I've had a hard time finding your place.
Oh, was you looking for us, Mom?
You are Mr. Edwards and Mr. Peabody, aren't you?
Hey, Elizabeth never sent you, did she?
I beg your pardon?
Never mind him, miss. What was you wanted to see us about?
Why, I want to send No, darling, don't cry. Mama's right here with you.
Sure, cute little feller you got there.
Yeah. Been so fussy today. It's awfully hard traveling with the baby.
Yeah, I reckon it is.
Well, what I wanted was to send a money order.
Money order?
Yes, this is the post office, isn't it?
Well, no, Mom, the post office is across the street there.
Yeah, over in Dick Huddleston's store. He runs it.
Oh, dear, I can't seem to get anything right today. It's across the street, you say?
Yes, Mom.
Well, I guess I'd better go over and... Oh, say, would you do me a favor?
Why, sure, we'll be proud to do anything we can, Mom.
Well, I hate to ask you this, but would you mind watching baby for me? It'll just take me a second to get the money order.
Well, we'd be more than glad to do that for
Why,
you.
sure, yeah.
Let me take the little feller.
Getting so heavy I can hardly carry him anymore.
Come here, you little rascal. Come here to your Uncle Lum. Now, don't start that.
He won't cry much. I'll be right back.
But just take your time. He'll be all right with us.
You will take good care of him.
Oh, sure. Don't you worry now. We know all that, baby.
Don't worry a minute. You better let me hold him, Mama. No more about this.
No.
Well, I can make him stop crying, old man.
Ain't a little bit. Yes, I can. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Look at that, Abby, smiling at me.
You don't even know how to hold him. Look like you got a sack of potatoes there you're getting ready to weigh up.
Oh, they cut down the old pine tree, and they... what kind of songs do you sing?
You know so much about them. Go ahead.
And they hold it away to make a coffee and a pine for that sweetheart. Oh, look at him, Abner.
He's just hysterical, that's all. Here, now, let me take him along.
Now, he likes me. Oh, they cut down the old pine tree, and they hauled it away to the mill. He likes that. Look at him, look at him.
You're going to drop it now if you ain't careful now.
To make a coffee and a pine for that sweetheart of mine.
I'm too good.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Here, you want to hold him?
Why, sure, yeah, give him here. Yeah, come here, little fella. I know how to hold you. Come here. Oh, they cut down the old pine. Uh-oh. Why didn't you tell me, Lum?
You know more about babies than me.
Well, here, now, you take him back. Look there, he's starting to cry again. He likes you better than me.
No, now, you keep him.
Well, I don't know what to do.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll call his mom over at Dickinson's and tell her to hurry back.
Yeah, that's the thing to do. Tell her to hurry, though, Lum.
Oh, yeah,
be quiet now. Be quiet. Yeah, be quiet now. Be quiet.
Sing that song to him, Abner. You like it.
Oh, they cut down the old pine tree.
Hello?
And
Is
they
that you,
hauled
Dick?
it away.
Hello, just a minute, Abner. Quiet down a little. This is Lum. Say, Dick, did I speak to that young lady over there, the one that's getting the money order? Are you sure, Dick?
Tell her to hurry now.
Yeah, that's the one. That's what she was wearing. You seen her do what? Look, she couldn't have her cart right over there across the
ride you home.
Wait a minute. Abner, look across the street there. The car's gone.
Gone?
Yeah, Dick said he seen her heading out of town.
Oh, my goodness.
Hello, Dick. I gotta hang up now because me and Abner just had a baby. I mean, that woman must have went right off and left him. Forgot it.
Andy, come on, let's get going.
Wait a minute, Amos. What's going on here?
It's the Amos and Andy Show. Well, our story opens with Andy in high spirits. He has just met a new girl, a beautiful creature named Mabel Green, and he's passing through all the old familiar symptoms of falling in love. We find him now sitting in his office telling Lightning all about her.
Tell me, Miss Andy, how'd you happen to meet this gal, Mabel Green?
Well, Lightning, it happened just like it happens in the movies. We was both sitting at the soda fountain down at the drugstore.
Oh, you was, huh?
Yeah, she was having a ham sandwich and I was having a chocolate soda. When all of a sudden she looked at me, and with big dreamy eyes and a shy little voice, she say to me, she say, "Pass the mustard." I tell you, Lightning, I done passed mustard to lots of gals, but this is the first time my heart went with it.
Oh, you went right on talking to her then, huh?
Oh, no, I didn't want to act like I was fresh. I waited till I see her pay her check, and then I got the soda clerk to introduce her. Oh, I tell you, Lightning, me meeting her was the work of fate.
Faith in the mustard, yeah.
Yeah, well, this Mabel has sure got everything, though. She ain't only beautiful, she's refined. You ought to see her after she finished that sandwich. The way she held that toothpick with her little finger up in the air. Oh, boy, she got class all right.
Well, it sure sounds like you're crazy about this Mabel Green, Miss Andy.
Yeah, this is the real thing, Lightning, the real thing.
Andy, I gotta see you here. I gotta talk fast.
What's the matter, Amos? Somebody after you?
Lightning, get outside. I want to lock this door, and if anybody come around, say that ain't nobody in here.
Hi,
Andy, help me push this desk up against the door.
Oh, wait a minute, Amos. This is silly, putting the desk up against the door. Who is it that's after you?
He ain't after me. He's after you, and he's going to knock your block off.
Well, hurry up with that desk. What you doing?
Yeah, that does it there.
Lightning, if anybody tries to get in here, fight like a tiger.
Yeah, like a tiger.
Yeah, well, Amos, Who is it that's after me?
Well, now, here's the story, Andy. I picked up a fare in my taxi cab about an hour ago. He was a big, tough-looking sailor.
Oh, me.
Now, I drove him to the pool hall, and he handed me a $20 bill. Well, I went into the pool hall with him to get change. And while I was waiting for it, this sailor went up to Joe and started talking.
I'm looking for a fellow named Harold Adams. They tell me he hangs around here.
Yeah, that's him over there, sailor. He's shooting now.
Thanks. I got a little business with him. Pardon me, gents.
Tell you what I'm going to do, Sam. I'm going to play the 9-ball in the side pocket. Watch this, man. It's going to be good.
Say, fella, your name Harold Adams?
That's what the dames call me around town, sailor.
Do you know a girl by the name of Mabel Green?
Hear that, Sam? He's asking me, does I know Mabel Green? Sure I know Mabel. I'm giving her a lot of my time these days. Any objections?
Could be.
She's a cute gal, all right, but she's too highfalutin. I'll change that, though, before I'm through.
Mister, you's through right now.
Wait a minute, somebody
call the ambulance. That Harold Adams is really hurt.
Yeah, and another thing. When this bum Harold Adams comes to, if he ever does, tell him if he ever hangs around Mabel Green again, I'm going to come back and finish the job.
I'll tell him, mister, I'll tell him. But I sure don't think it's necessary. That's about as complete a job as I ever seen.
Yeah, and there's just one more little job I got to attend to. You know where I can find a fellow named Andrew Brown? I got to find him, too, and I'd like to find him today.
Well, that's the whole story, Andy, so that's why I rushed right over here to tell you about it.
Lightning.
Yeah, sir.
Fight like two tigers.
Yeah, sir, two tigers.
Oh, me. I didn't know that Mabel Green had a steady fella. Tell me, Amos, you were exaggerating about Harold Adams a little bit, ain't you? He wasn't hurt awful bad, was he?
Well, I don't know all the details, Andy. I left after the ambulances drove away.
Yeah, but, did you say ambulances? Was there two of them?
Yeah, you see, when the first ambulance got there and they took a look at Harold, the driver done fainted.
Oh, man. Why did that gal ask me to pass the mustard? Amos, I got to hide for a couple of days till this thing blows over.
Well, you has got to hide longer than that, Andy. I heard the big sailor say that his ship ain't leaving for 30 days. You see, he just got in this morning.
Yeah, well, listen, Amos, I think I'll go over and see the Kingfish. When it comes to ducking people, he got more experience than anybody got. Look, Amos, would you do me a favor and see what else you can find out about the sailor and Harold Adams? Then you can call me over at the Kingfish's house.
Okay, Andy. How long you going to be there?
30 days, if I can work it.
So, Kingfish, that's why Mr. Andy went over to your house looking for you.
Yeah, well, if you don't find me at home, you most likely come over to the lodge hall here. You say, Lightning, the main thing that Andy's interested in is hiding from the sailor, huh?
That's right. He said he'd give anything if he could get out of this some way.
He did, huh? Hiding. Lightning, why don't you come in?
Hello, is you the Kingfish?
Yeah, sit down, Andy, and take off them whiskers.
What is you talking about?
And take off the voice, too. And Lightning, get on out of here, will you?
Yeah, sir.
Now, I can't give you much time, Andy, because I was up to my neck in the business that I just organized.
Yeah, well, Kingfish, I is in trouble. You got to help me. I just got to find some place to hide.
Now, there's a funny coincidence. Just when I got this new business, you come and speak to me about hiding.
Well, what business is it, Kingfish?
And I was proud to announce that I is the president and general manager of the American Fugitive and Hiding Company. That's what it is.
Did you say hiding company?
That's right, with offices and secret hideouts all over the world. That's me, yeah.
Well, listen, Kingfish, all I know is you got to hide me in a hurry. I is in an awful jam. A big sailor's after me. What can you do for me?
Well, now, let me get out my rate book here. Let me see here now. Here it is, right at the top of the page. Hiding from a sailor, $10.
You mean you're going to charge me $10 for this?
Yeah, well, hiding from a sailor runs into money, Andy. There's got to be a sailor, huh?
Oh, listen. Look, Kingfish, I'll pay you the $10. If that sailor catches me, he'll tear me to pieces. I'll pay you anything.
And I think I know just the place I can put you where the sailor will never be able to find you.
Oh, that's great. Is it really safe?
Safest place in the world. You get your own room and the food is great.
Oh, yeah, that sounds good, all right. Wait a minute, though, Kingfish. I can't afford no place like that.
Well, now, that's the beauty part of it, Andy. The place is free of charge.
Oh, Kingfish, it sounds almost too good to be true. Where's the place? How do I get there?
Well, the patrol wagon is as good a way as any.
Oh, the city jail, huh? Kingfish, is you kidding?
Andy, you come to me for advice, and I give it to you.
Yeah, well, I ain't gonna pay $10 for no advice like that. Anybody... Well, you can't talk me into going to jail. I just... Oh, me, I hope that ain't the sailor.
Who is it?
Miss Andy, Amos done called on the outside phone and give me a message for you.
Well, what is it, Lieutenant? What is it?
It's about Harold Adams.
Oh, yeah. How is he? Is he out of bed yet?
Yes, sir, he's out of bed. They got him in an oxygen tent now.
Oh. Kingfish, here's the tent. What is the quickest way to get in jail?
So you see, Gabby, being as I was advising Andy in this thing here, the first advice I done give him was to come over here and check with you on what he can do to get in jail for 30 days.
Yeah, so the sailor can't get me, Gabby. I'd like to get something in solitary refinement if I could.
Well, that's very unusual, very unusual. All my clients pay me to keep them out of jail, I ain't never tried to get nobody in.
Gabby, I know you don't try to get your clients in jail, but just the same, most of them winds up there, don't you?
Well, come to think of it, I have had a measure of success in that department.
Yeah, well, Gabby, in your professional capacity as my legal advisor, what would you say would be the quickest way to get in jail?
Well, I know it's 5 or 6 things right here that might do the trick, but the best one is this thing right here. You go into a lunchroom and eat all you can without paying for it.
Yeah, now that sounds good.
In the law books, it's called eating your way into jail. Now, what you do is go into a lunchroom, you call over the waiter, order everything on the bill of fare, everything they got, then you eat it. Eat everything, shrimp, salad, crab, meat, cucumbers, 2-3 kinds of soup, double-thick steaks. Eat as many as you can, double-thick steaks, apple pie, cherry pie with ice cream all over it, and then top it off with a great big piece of cheese. Only one trouble is one thing might go wrong, just one thing. Instead of going to jail, you might go to the hospital.
Kingfish, I've been thinking over this lunchroom thing that Gabby told us about. I don't like the whole business.
Yeah, I agrees with Andy, Kingfish. Listen, Andy, I don't want to see you get beat up by the sailor no more than nobody else, but I don't think you ought to go to jail. That would be against the law.
Yeah. Oh, don't be silly, Amos. Now, look, Andy, once you get in the city jail, you're not only going to be safe, but you're going to be comfortable, too.
Comfortable in the city jail?
Well, certainly. Why, among the bums and hoodlums, our jail is known as the showplace of the East Coast.
Well, Andy, the only thing for you to do is to hide someplace quick, because I know that sailor's looking for you. In the meantime, I tell you what, I'll go out and scout around and see if he went to your room or your office.
Yeah, do that, Amos. And in case you run into that sailor, tell him that you don't know where I is, and that I'm going to be there for a long time.
All right, Andy. So long.
So long, so long.
Now, look here, Andy. Now, don't get cold feet on this lunchroom idea. What you need most is safety, and my professional advice to you is to go to jail and get it.
I don't like the whole idea, Kingfish. Eating a lot of steaks and not paying for them.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? Of all the ways to get in jail, Andy, that is not only the most honorable, but by far the most nourishing.
No, Kingfish. I is against that lunchroom idea.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. By the way, I just talked to Henry Van Porter on the phone, and he is carrying life insurance on this fellow Harold Adams.
Oh, what'd he say about him?
Henry seen him. He say, without knowing the facts of what happened, it looked like the boy got hit by a train.
Kingfish, where is the nearest lunchroom?
Well, Andy's one purpose is to get arrested and be put in jail for 30 days. From reports Andy has gotten, the sailor is looking everywhere for him. At the moment, Andy and the Kingfish are sitting in a restaurant, having just finished one of the biggest meals the boys have ever consumed.
Well, Andy, how about another steak?
No, Kingfish, please, no. I already had 6 steaks. I tell you, Kingfish, when they take me to jail, instead of putting me in a cell, they ought to hang me in the icebox. You know that?
Well, look, Andy, here come the waiter now with a check. Now, remember, all you got to do is to have him call the manager over and then refuse to pay the thing, refuse to wash dishes, anything else. Yeah. I'll be running along. Look like you're all set.
Yeah, well, so long, Kingfish.
So long, Andy. When the patrol wagon takes you away, I'll be out in front waving to you.
Okay.
Here's your check, sir.
Oh, yeah. Say, call the manager here, will you?
Yes, sir. There he is over there. Oh, Mr. Bernard.
$16.95. Boy, that ought to do it.
Yes, what is it, waiter?
This gentleman here wants to see you.
Yes, Miss Manager. My name is Andrew Brown. I got something to tell you.
Pardon me, but ain't you a member of the Mystic Knights of the Sea?
Yeah, that's right. Look, you ain't going to like this, but I'm telling you right now...
My name is Bernard, and by the way, I'm coming up for membership in that lodge. I certainly would appreciate it if you put in a good word for me with the brothers.
Yeah. Well, now about this check here.
Check? Oh, Mr. Brown, forget it. I'm tearing that up right now. This check is on the house.
Look, Kingfish, we got to be walking on the street right out in the open this way. That sailor might be right around here someplace anytime.
Well, now, don't worry, Andy. We're just going up to the corner here.
Yeah, well, I hope this thing you got in mind now is going to work out better than that lunchroom idea worked.
Oh, I guarantee it, Andy. This one is pulling the fire alarm box when there ain't no fire.
Oh, yeah. This is going to be a show thing. Huh?
It can't miss. The smartest brains in the country gets in jail this way.
The only thing is you show I can get 30 days for doing that. Pulling the fire alarm box don't sound too reporting to me.
Reporting? Why, Andy, does you realize what happened when somebody turned in a false alarm? Them firemen start into action, start sliding down that brass pole, skinning up the shins, piling on top of each other. Oh, it's a mess around the firehouse. Oh, Andy, when you turn in a false alarm, you doing plenty of damage.
I guess that's right, yeah.
Yeah, well, now, here it is, Andy, here it is, right there on the lamppost. Now, go to work on it, son, and I'll be a witness when the cop comes and start asking you questions.
Yeah, how do I do this now? Oh, yeah, here, say on
the directions right there.
Yeah, on the box here. To send fire alarm, lift guard, then pull handle.
Yeah, now a bell goes off in the box, but don't let it scare you.
Yeah, well, here goes.
Yeah, there she goes, Andy. You was halfway to the station house right now.
Yeah, good luck to me, good luck to me.
Yeah, I'll bring you some hot soup and chicken down to jail tomorrow next day. You'll be hungry by then.
Yeah, thank you, Kingfish.
Yeah, I might even bring you down a calendar, kind of help pass the time away there.
Yeah, that's a good idea, yeah.
Look, Andy, look. Here come the policeman running down the street now. Yeah, here he comes.
Yeah, well, goodbye, Kingfish.
Yeah, so long, Andy. I got some pull down there at the jail, and after you get settled, I'll try to get you moved over to the left wing. That's the sunny side.
Yeah, thank you, Kingfish. Thank you again. Here comes the cop now.
Who pulled that fire alarm?
I done it, officer. I done it.
Yeah, sir, that's right, officer. He done it. That man right there done it. I seen him do it myself.
So you did it, huh? Good work, fella.
Officer, did you say good work?
Yes. Here come the fire engines. Look at that building smoke over there. Well, they might be able to save it, thanks to you.
Oh.
Oh, there you is, Miss Andy. I've been looking all over for you.
Yeah, well, what you want?
Say, Miss Andy, what you doing painting on the wall of the public library?
Look, Lightning, I ain't got no time to talk to you. I'm busy here defacing public property.
I said, well, what I want to tell you was that I see the sailor that was looking for you. He was over at your office, and he went up to your room, and I thought that I ought to come right over here and tell you.
Oh, you're closing in on me, huh? Oh, me. He's big, ain't he, Lightning?
Yeah, sir. When I first looked at him, I thought he had boxing gloves on his hands.
Yeah. Well, did he?
No, just hands. He sure is big, though. He got knuckles that look like walnuts.
Where's that kingfish?
There he is, Miss Andy, coming around the corner there now.
Yeah, well, get out of here, Lightning. I got to do some more painting here.
There he is, officer. There he is, officer. Right there. Defacing public property in broad daylight.
Hey, you. What do you think you're doing painting on the public library?
Oh, how you do, officer? I just playing a friendly game of tic-tac-toe here with myself.
Oh, you are now, are you?
Yes, sir. And I done already won 2 games. That's me right there, the X's. The O's ain't won a game yet.
Well, you can just come right along with me. From now on, you'll be playing your tic-tac-toe in the city jail.
Oh, thank you, officer, thank you. I sure appreciate this.
Andrew Brown, you are accused of willfully defacing public property. Have you anything to say in defense of yourself?
Yes, sir. I plead guilty.
You plead guilty?
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I has done broke the law by defacing public property, and I has ready to pay the penalty. I done something that I oughta ain't done, and I knows it. Defacing property is a bad thing. Now, I don't blame the policeman one bit for arresting me. He was 100% right, and I was 100% wrong. So whatever you decide to do, Your Honor, is all right with me.
Never in all my years on the bench have I heard a more honest, more sincere confession. Andrew Brown, you have committed a misdemeanor, but your statement proves that at heart you're an honest, law-abiding citizen. Andrew Brown, I'm going to be lenient with you.
Oh, please, Your Honor.
I'm going to sentence you to 30 days in the city jail.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
But I'm going to suspend the sentence.
Boys, I is just about at the end of my rope.
Yeah, well, I told you that getting arrested idea was no good, Andy.
Yeah, Andy, it looked like they got you at the jail's pegged as an undesirable character.
It sure is.
Look, Andy, I don't know if you was doing the right thing or not. You can't run away from nobody day after day, no matter how hard you try to do it. You know, I've been thinking the thing over, and it seemed to me that the thing you ought to do is to see this sailor and then explain to him that you didn't mean to go out with his gal.
Yeah, you're right, Amos. That's exactly right. That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Yeah, well, if that's what you want to do, Andy, I'll be happy to get your oxygen tent wholesale.
Listen, Kingfish, I is through running and hiding. You hear that? Is I a man or a mouse?
I don't know.
I'm going to face this sailor once and for all. I'm going to go...
Miss Andy, the sailor's coming in the front entrance of the lodge hall, and he's coming back here.
Well, it looks like this is it, fellas.
Andy, the thing for you to do is to... Kingfish, where's Andy?
Under the desk. When an emergency comes up, that boy is really fast. Stay under that desk, son.
There he comes.
Hello, gents. I'm looking for a certain fellow.
I think I'll get on out of here.
I don't know who you looking for, mister, but I can tell you this much, he ain't here.
Who are you?
Who is I? Who, me? Well, I is George Stevens, the Kingfish of the Lodge, the Mr. Knights of the Sea.
I'm looking for Andrew Brown.
Andrew Brown, huh? You know that name sounds familiar.
Yeah, I heard he was your best friend.
Yeah, well, then maybe that's why it sounds so familiar to me.
Mister, I happen to know this fella, Andrew Brown, and he is a nice fella when you get to know him. He wouldn't do nothing wrong.
Where can I find this fellow Brown? I want to see him and see him in a hurry.
Well, now, there's the funny thing. He just left here a few minutes ago. He going down to Texas, and he never coming back. He going into the lasso business down there, something like that. That's what it is.
Yeah, well, listen here. Hey, wait a minute. Who's that under the desk there?
I don't see nothing.
What you mean you don't see nothing? There's a man there, ain't it?
Oh, under the desk. Oh, yeah. Well, that's my secretary. You see, we in a little cramped for room here, and he do all his work down there.
Hey, you. What's your name?
Who, me?
Yeah, what's your name?
Don't tell him, Andy.
Andy, huh? Andy Brown, in other words.
Well, you done it, Kingfish.
I thought you said he was on his way to Texas.
He going the wrong direction, ain't he? Good thing we caught him there, yeah.
I've been looking all over for you, Brown.
Yes, I know, mister, but I can explain everything. Honest, I can.
There's nothing to explain.
Oh, me, I sure wish you'd consider everything careful before you do nothing about your girl.
Look, Brown, I happen to be Mabel Green's brother. Mabel told me that you was the only fellow that took her out while I was gone. That acted like a gentleman.
Mister, you mean you didn't come here to beat me up?
Beat you up? I come here to thank you.
Oh, you don't mind if I sit down, do you?
Oh, go ahead and unlax, Andy.
You know, Mabel's very fond of you, Brown, and her happiness means a lot to me.
Yes, sir.
When I was on the high seas, I like to know that she's keeping good company while I was away.
Yeah, well, I liked her a lot, and I want to give her all my time, if it's all right with you.
I'll say it's all right with me. By the way, I know it costs money to go out, so I want you to take this $20 for you to spend on yourself and Mabel. Buying theater tickets and stuff like that.
Oh, I couldn't take that money. I just couldn't.
Oh, all right.
Well, as long as you put it that way,
Oh, Andy, isn't it beautiful? I could sit here in the park with you forever.
Yeah, Mabel, I was lucky I ain't sitting someplace else. You know, it's nice to have a sweet gal like you.
Oh, and darling, I'm lucky I got you, too.
And, baby, for the next couple of weeks, I'm going to show you the time of your life. We is going to the movies and the shows and the nightclubs. Oh, I tell you, honey, we is really going to town.
Oh, Andy, that sounds wonderful. But can we afford to go to all those places?
Oh, sure, yeah. Why, I has done already bought the tickets for 3 shows.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, I bought them in advance. Oh, I tell you, honey, these next few weeks, well, they're going to be the happiest weeks of my life.
Oh, Andy, I'll always remember this day and this bench here in the park.
Yeah. Darling, let's call this our bench.
Oh, Andy, you're so romantic.
Yeah. Look, honey, I know what I'm going to do. Look here. Now watch this. See there?
Oh.
Years from now, when we come back here, we'll always know this bench.
Oh, Andy, that's such a sweet sentiment.
Yeah. Now there you is. Look at that. Ain't that pretty, honey?
Hey, what are you doing there?
Nothing, officer.
Oh, it's you, huh? Defacing public property again.
What you mean?
Cutting hearts in a park bench and violating your parole, too. Come along with me, you'll get 30 days this time.
Be sure to listen for the Amos and Andy Show next Friday night at this same time, when Amos and Andy will have as their guest the Academy Award winner, Mr. Paul Lucas. It's certain to be a half hour of great entertainment. Our program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas. This is Harlow Wilcox, and before I say goodnight, just one more thing. Friends, the fact that cooking fats and more meats are ration-free now doesn't mean that you should slow up in saving used fats. The need is as urgent as ever, and now that it's so much easier for you to save them, you should be taking to your meat dealer an even greater amount than you used to save. That used fat is needed in the production of vital war materials and for life-saving medicines for the men in the services. And you'll still get 2 extra ration points and 4 cents for every pound of used fats you turn in. So let's really try. At least double the amount you used to save. Thank you, and good night.
From New York, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show with Beatrice Fairfax for Hormel and Spam.
George and Gracie. Spam, oh boy. Spam, what joy. George Burns, Gracie Allen. Oh, Sean Wetter's orchestra, singing glee with a smoothie tree. To start the fun, here's Jimmy Wallington.
Monday night, and time for Burns and Allen. And when the kitchen clock warns, hurry up, Mother, time for the youngsters to come running home, take it easy and solve the school lunch problem with Spam. S-P-A-M. Spam is that delicious meat originated and made only by Hormel. It's packed in a handy can, all ready to eat as soon as it's opened. No fuss, no bother. Just cut off slices of this taste-tempting meat, put between slices of buttered bread, and say to the hungry youngsters, have a Spamwich. The perfect combination of sweet, juicy pork shoulder and tender ham. Spam has an extra goodness and meaty flavor all its own. Youngsters go for Spam in a big way. Try Spam tomorrow. When you see the easy recipes on the label, you'll discover you can serve Spam cold or hot. It's America's popular mealtime aid. So ask your food dealer for S-P-A-M, Spam. And now we bring you George Burns, who's fit to be tied because Spam's meatheart Gracie hasn't arrived yet.
Kyle, that's fine. We're on the air and no Gracie. Jimmy, have you seen her?
Oh, sure. I've seen them both.
Both?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, they've been together every night this week.
Together? Together with whom?
George, you know I'm the last one in the world to start any trouble.
I know, Jimmy.
But I was at the Ritz Cocktail Lounge, and right at the next booth...
Uh-huh.
You know the place where they have those curtains?
Yes.
Well, look, George, for all I know, it may be platonic.
Look, Jimmy, who was Gracie with?
Well, do me a favor, will you? Ask Artie Shaw.
All right, I will. Artie Shaw.
Senor Burns, he hasn't come in yet.
Artie hasn't come in either?
You smell a mice?
Wait a minute. Hey, Jimmy, it can't be that Artie Shaw and Gracie are they together?
Well, George, I've only been with you for 4 weeks. I know from nothing. I'm staying with you the rest of the season.
Well, I'll give that guy a piece of my mind when he gets here.
Fire him. Get rid of him. I know a musician who can play rings around that Shaw. And besides, I'll work cheaper.
Senor Lee, you want to lead the band?
Why not? What's Artie Shaw got that I haven't got? And don't answer that question.
How do you like that? Gracie and Shaw. Cocktail lounge. Booths with curtains. Both late for the show and we're on the air. I wonder where they can be now.
Cab driver.
Yes, miss?
Once more around the park. Oh, isn't it thrilling, Artie? You and I alone in a cab. Just think, we've been together for 34 weeks. And for 33 weeks, you never even looked at me and I never looked at you. And last week, you looked at me and I looked at you. And here we are looking at each other. Hello. Artie.
Yes, Gracie.
I'm holding your hand.
I'm holding yours, too.
Oh, I knew someone was holding it, but I didn't know it was you.
Well, it's me.
Artie.
Yes, Gracie.
Now that I'm holding your hand, do you know what I'm thinking of?
What?
Oh, I hate to tell you.
Come on, tell me.
Well, promise you won't look at me when I say this.
All right, I promise.
They're moving the aquarium up to the Bronx.
Now I'm worried about my musicians.
The poor fish. Oh, isn't the park beautiful? Look at those swans over there with those beautiful long necks. If I were a swan, I'd have a long neck, too. I love long necks. Driver, once more around the park.
You know, Gracie, this is wonderful, but we really must get back to the studio.
Oh, there's one thing I want to know, Artie.
What, Gracie?
Artie, I followed your career, and I know I'm not your first love, but there's one thing you've just got to tell me.
What's that?
Well, now that you've held us both in your arms, which one do you like better, me or your clarinet?
Gracie, you'll have to give me a little time on that one.
Artie, do you like home cooking?
Oh, I love it.
Oh, well, when I'm out working, you can be home cooking.
Look, Gracie, it's getting very late.
Oh, and just think how happy we'll be growing old together, the three of us.
The three of us?
Yes, you and I and Fantasy.
Look, Gracie, we'd better get back to the studio before the broadcast is over, and we'd better not walk in at the same time.
Well, I guess you're right. Driver, once more around the park.
Jimmy, try to understand this. The show is pretty near half over, and they're still not here. You said you saw Gracie in a booth at the Ritz.
But I didn't say she was with Artie.
But Artie was there, wasn't he?
But I didn't say he was with Gracie.
But you say that you peeked through the curtains?
Yeah. And what do you think they were doing?
What?
Well, eating spamwiches.
Eating spamwiches?
Yeah. Yeah, you know, that's that delicious pork shoulder with ham meat added.
How could you think of spam at a time like this?
I know from nothing. I'm staying with you the rest of the season.
Smoothies, will you do me a favor and do your number right now? I'll find those people. I'll call the Ritz Cocktail Bar.
Senor Burns, if I were you, I'd fire that Shaw. Why don't you give him 2 weeks' notice, starting last month?
I think I will.
Some nerve, that Shaw. He's taking the wrong altitude.
Altitude?
Si, senor.
Attitude. Altitude means high.
At the cocktail bar, he's drinking milk?
Well, I'll find him. Smoothies, let's have your number. Operator, get me the Ritz-Carlton, please.
Just a song at twilight, till we can hear it at close of the day. Love will be found the sweetest song of all. Just a song at twilight, when the lights are low and the flickering shadows softly come and softly go. Though the heart be weary, sad the day and long, still to us at twilight, there it comes, it comes stealing. Love's old sweet song. When the flickering shadows start a-falling, just when you will hear love calling. Love's old sweet song. You're sure to hear it, never fear it. Love's sweet song.
Was Artie Shaw and Gracie Allen there? Oh, well, when did they leave? I see. How long were they there?
Hello, everybody.
Gracie.
Hello. Oh, hello, George. Hello, Jimmy. Hello, Artie. George, where's Artie?
Where's Artie?
Oh, now, don't tell me he's late. Well, I am surprised.
Look, Gracie.
You know that old saying, the early worm catches the bird. I mean, the early bird catches the worm. That is backwards.
Yes.
But then again, it doesn't make any difference because the worm is the same end at both ends, isn't it, George?
Yes, certainly is. Look, where have you been?
Oh, I'm fine. How are you?
Gracie, where have you been?
Where have I been?
Yes.
Where have I been? Where have I been? George, which reading did you like best?
Gracie, where were you?
Where was I? Well, I wasn't in the music hall.
You weren't.
Oh, I did walk down 57th Street. I was at Milgram's. Yeah, that's where I was. I was at Milgram's. George, that's a beautiful shop. You must buy your clothes there. They've got the most beautiful dresses.
You were, at Milgram's.
Yes, their dresses are simply
It's
beautiful.
now 7:30, and Milgram's closes at 6 o'clock.
It does?
Hmm.
Oh. Then I must have been locked in. That's where I was. I was locked in.
You were locked in?
Yes.
Well, if you were locked in, how did you get out?
Yeah, how did I get out?
Yes.
I must have gotten out.
Oh, sure.
Because I'm here.
Hmm.
If I wasn't here, I'd be locked in. And I'm not locked in, so I must have gotten
You
out.
must have gotten out, yes.
I rang the burglar alarm. That's what I did. I rang the burglar alarm.
You rang the burglar alarm?
Yeah, and the burglar came down and let me out.
The burglar alarm! The burglar let you out, huh?
You don't believe it, huh?
No.
Didn't sound good to me either. Would you believe it if I said Burglarman?
No.
Mason Faceman?
Gracie, I want the truth.
Oh. Well, as long as you're going to be stubborn about it, I was with a sick friend.
With a sick friend?
Yeah, and if you don't believe this one, I've only got one more.
What's the name of the sick friend?
Well, I don't know. He was too sick to tell me. He had pneumonia.
Had pneumonia?
Double pneumonia.
Double pneumonia?
Oh, it wasn't exactly double pneumonia. It was sort of a single pneumonia.
Single pneumonia,
more
yeah.
like a three-quarter pneumonia.
Three-quarters pneumonia.
Had a cold.
Yeah, had a cold.
It wasn't exactly a cold. He sneezed.
Sneezed, yeah.
Just sneezed once.
Sneezed once.
So he sneezed just once.
Just once he sneezed,
Matter
yeah.
of fact, he was never even sick.
Huh?
The healthiest man in the world. He's strong as a bull.
Strong as a bull?
He died, you know.
He died?
Yeah, from double pneumonia. Well, it wasn't exactly double pneumonia.
Quiet,
It was more like
quiet. I'm asking you for the last time, and I'm running out of patience.
Well, that's good, because I'm running out of excuses. Well, what really happened was I was waiting for the 6th Avenue elevator, and I knew that I had to go to the broadcast. And then...
You were waiting for the 6th Avenue elevator?
Yes, I knew I had to go to the broadcast.
6th Avenue elevator?
Yes, yes.
That's been down for 2 years.
Well, that delayed me a little. So... I went over to Fifth Avenue and I took a bus.
happen to know where you were because somebody saw you. Hey, Jimmy.
I know from nothing I'm staying with you the rest of the season.
Fine. Come here, Gracie. I want to see you alone.
Alone?
Yes, alone.
Just you and me?
Just you and me.
Well, I know the cutest spot, the Ritz Cocktail Lounge. It's got little
The Ritz
little
Cocktail
curtains and
Lounge.
the cutest
I see what you
and they got a small silver...
And now Artie Shaw's orchestra, without Artie Shaw and without his clarinet, will play Sometimes I Feel Like a Motherless Child.
Wait a minute. Hey, stop the music. What was that? Hey, that clarinet. Oh, so you sneaked in, huh? Come here, Shaw.
Yes, Mr. Burns.
Now, you can stop with that yes, Mr. Burns stuff. Do you happen to know that we've been on the air for 20 minutes?
Yeah, I heard it, George, and it was really a killer. You were never funnier in your life. Okay, fellas, here we go.
Wait a minute with that one, too.
Why, Artie Shaw, I'm ashamed of you. Well, the only thing that could make anyone this late to a broadcast would be a cyclone or a tornado, or else you met a very beautiful girl. Hello.
Quiet. Artie, where have you been?
Well, I sat up with a sick friend.
A sick friend?
Artie, that won't work, and the one about Milgram is dead, too.
Artie, it might surprise you to know that this program can go on without you. And it's possible for somebody in this great big city to take your place, you know.
Muchas gracias, Senor Burns. All right, boys. A 1, a 2, and Shaw, turn the pages.
Yeah.
Senor Lee and his orchestra and his guitar playing.
Quiet. Artie, don't think you're getting away with anything. I happen to know that you and Gracie were at the Ritz Cocktail Lounge.
Look, George, that's ridiculous.
Oh, yeah? Hey, Jimmy.
I know from nothing I'm staying with you the rest of the season.
Well, Artie, this is your last chance. Were you and Gracie at the Ritz Cocktail Lounge?
Oh, the Ritz Cocktail Lounge. I thought you said Hammock or Slemmer.
Hammock or Slemmer? Yeah, Artie, that's that new bar next to that other cafe, Abercrombie and Fitch.
Oh, George, just Abercrombie now.
Just Abercrombie now?
Yeah, they're moving the Fitch up to the Bronx.
Artie, what really went on behind those little curtains?
Hello.
Oh, stop it. Stop it. Artie, what went on?
Well, look, Gracie read me one of her brother Willie's letters. Didn't you, Gracie?
I did? Oh, the letter. Oh, my brother's letter, Willie's letter. Oh, you see, I get so many letters, I didn't know which brother you meant. He's the one in the army, you know.
I know.
He's my brother, you know.
I know that. He's at Fort Dix, New Jersey.
No, Fort Myers, Florida.
Fort Myers, Florida?
Yeah.
He was transferred again.
Well, he wasn't exactly transferred. What happened was he was standing in rank, and the captain howled forward march, and Willie had his pants on backwards,
And
so he ended up in Florida.
yeah.
Sure.
That's Willie, all right.
He's my brother, you know.
I know that. I know he's your brother. And I don't believe the whole story.
Well, George, that's the best I can do unless you want me to go back to the one about Milgram.
Gracie, I've heard your story. And Artie, I've heard your story. But Jimmy, I haven't heard your story.
Well.
Yes.
Once upon a time, there was a girl named Susie.
Susie? What's that got to do with this?
Oh, this is even better than the Milgram story.
Oh.
Anyway, Susie, who was a very smart girl, suddenly remembered one afternoon that she hadn't planned dinner. And the clock on the wall said...
Ha. It's 5 o'clock. What are you going to have for dinner, dearie?
But Susie only laughed and said, whenever the occasion calls for delicious meat, serve Spam. Friends, you will be pleasantly surprised when you discover how Spam baked for dinner is a real taste tempter that satisfies a family completely. That's because Spam, S-P-A-M, is a perfect blend of sweet, juicy pork shoulder meat and tender ham, seasoned in a better way, cooked to a delicious extra goodness. Plan a meal around baked Spam. It's so easy. Just open a can of Spam, place the meat in a shallow baking dish, and bake according to the recipe on the label. In a jiffy, you'll take to the table a main course so distinctive in meaty flavor, so filled with lip-smacking satisfaction that the family will say, Spam is really elegant eating. Give the folks baked Spam tomorrow. The easiest to get, best to eat dinner you've had in a long, long time. But start right and get the real thing. Be sure to ask your food dealer for S-P-A-M, Spam. And then you'll be happy like Susie in the story, who found...
Susie winked her eye, and Sam passed her by, but baked Spam for dinner was the way she got her guy.
Oh, George, stop worrying about Artie Shaw and me. As a matter of fact, he treats me like a dog.
He treats you like a dog?
Yes. He holds me on his lap and he pets me.
Gracie, will you stop? Everybody is beginning to think that your head is full of silly romances.
Well, don't believe it, George. There's nothing in it.
You're telling me. Oh, somebody, come in.
Good evening. I'm Beatrice Fairfax.
Beatrice Fairfax? You write the advice to the Lovelorn?
That's right.
Well, that's wonderful.
You, Miss Fairfax, did you get my letter?
Oh, that's why I'm here, Gracie.
You wrote Miss Fairfax a letter?
Oh, well, what a letter. Hello.
Oh.
So, Miss Fairfax, that's why you're here, huh?
Yes, Mr. Burns. I've been answering letters over a period of years. Some have been almost unbelievable, but never have I received a letter quite as confusing as this one.
Oh, thanks. And it's original, too.
Well, Miss Fairfax, do you mind reading the letter?
I'll be glad to. Dear Miss Fairfax, I have in front of me a long list of names of men who are itching to marry me, but I can't marry them all at once, and I don't know which one to scratch off.
Well, that's a nice way to start a letter.
Letter continued. I'm in love, I think. I'd hate to feel the way I do and then have it turn out to be the flu. Signed, Gracie, Anonymous, Allen.
Gracie, Anonymous Allen. Gracie, what's happened to you?
Oh, I don't know, George, but ever since I've been in New York, I'm beside myself. All day long, I'm beside myself. I go in a phone booth and I'm beside myself. Pretty crowded in a phone booth beside yourself.
Well, that's fine.
Miss Fairfax, have you ever been beside yourself?
Quiet.
I think Miss Allen's been bitten by the love bug.
Oh, no. He only holds my hand and bites the clarinet. Wow.
Hello.
Senorita Fairfax, I have a sweetheart. You give advice to the love-worn?
Love-worn? It's lovelorn. Worn means something very old, tired, ready to be thrown away.
Oh, you know Dolores.
Miss Fairfax, that gives you an idea of what I have to put up with.
Oh, yes, George. Doesn't he say silly things?
Yeah, and you're all right. You're fine.
Well, you see, doll is a strange thing that brings people together and then suddenly knocks them off their feet.
Oh, like a subway, huh?
Yeah, just like the subway. That's what she means.
You know, Miss Fairfax, your work must be so interesting. I'm surprised you don't take it up.
Yeah, she'll start any minute.
Well, as a matter of fact, it is fascinating. Of course, my correspondence is tremendous.
Well, a little exercise will take that off. My sister Betsy had tremendous correspondence, but she likes potatoes, you know.
She doesn't mean that.
What I mean, Miss Allen, is that I get up every morning at 6 a.m. and start pounding my typewriter.
Oh, well, I know just how you feel. You know, I'm in a nasty mood myself early in the morning. As a matter of fact, I do a little writing, too. I just finished an article for Liberty, and it'll be on the newsstands tomorrow. It's called How to Get Rich Quick. And it's great for people who have only a half an hour for lunch.
You see, Miss Fairfax, nothing phases that great brain.
No, me either.
Yes.
There is a subject you can give me advice on. I always wanted to get rich.
Oh, well, there's really nothing to. Not take Jimmy Wallington or take Artie Shaw. No, Artie's already taken. You better take Jimmy Wallington.
Jimmy Wallington?
Yes, Jimmy Wallington. He's that tall fellow who sells Spam in our program. Oh, and by the way, Spam is pork shoulder with ham meat added, and you must try it. It's simply delicious.
Is Jimmy Wallington a millionaire?
No, but he's got a mustache.
She means has he got millions?
Oh, no, only one mustache.
Only one mustache.
Yes.
That's what I meant, yes.
But isn't it cute? Oh, Jimmy, turn around.
How do you do, Miss Fairfax?
Say, it is cute.
Yes, it's a little dull.
Well, I've got to run along now.
Oh, no, wait, Miss Fairfax. Now I want you to meet something that is really something. But before you meet him, you must promise me one thing. That you won't talk for 5 minutes. That you'll just stand there and look at him. Artie, come here. There he is. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, my goodness.
Now, Artie, stand up straight. Now, smile for Miss Fairfax. Now, Artie, turn sideways so she can see your profile. Now, Miss Fairfax, feel his muscle.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Now, go on. Feel his muscle, Miss Fairfax. Now, Artie, throw your head back. Now, Artie, just a little more. A little more. Miss Fairfax, isn't he pretty?
Oh.
Look, Gracie, will you stop?
Well, I've had a wonderful evening, and I've just got to run along. Is there a drugstore downstairs?
Yes, right. You got us in a fine mess with the great columnist. She's in every newspaper. She's spread all over the country.
Why doesn't she wear a girdle, Mrs. Sebastian?
Quiet.
Hey, wait a second, George. You can't talk that way to Gracie.
Yeah, well, that goes for you, too.
And you can't talk that way to Artie.
That's right, I'm going.
No, wait for me, baby. Goodbye, George.
Goodbye, George.
Wait a minute. Where are you two going?
Once more around the park.
Once more around the park.
the family a favor and remind Mother to get a can or two of Spam when she shops tomorrow. This delicious meat packed in a handy can is grand to eat, easy to serve, cold or hot. Originated by Hormel, Spam has become the most popular meat item brought out in a generation. You millions who use it regularly know how delicious Spam is, how it stands alone in taste, quality, and flavor. If you haven't yet tried Spam, you're really missing something extra good. Get a can from your food dealer. Try the easy recipes on the label. Tomorrow, ask for Spam.
Thanks, Jimmy, and good night, everybody.
Good night.
Gracie, I thought you left with Artie.
Well, I came back to get some cat fare. Hello.
Hello. Good night, all.
Same time, same station for another Burns and Allen show with Artie Shaw, his orchestra, and the Smoothies. This is Jimmy Wallington reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot.